And for you, good sir.
Alright, thank you. And I will start shortly. Go. Alright, so basically what we're going to do is we are going to set a couple parameters for our main character, his name for very short to R because it saves time, as opposed to Ramza. Next thing we're going to do is adjust my mic. This. Let me see. Basically, check my position. How does that work? I went up a bit. So anyway, what we're doing is I set the parameters for Ramza. I set his birthday to January 1st to set his zodiac sign to Capricorn. That is the ideal sign for glitchless no math. That gives us good compatibility to many enemies. It also gives us bad and worst compatibility to a few enemies, and we compensate accordingly for that. And we got a very nice opener with Gafgarian and with a near max damage or max damage critical. So the first enemy is dead. Typically what happens is Gafgarian and Agrius will either kill that one enemy or Gafgarian will go to the other side and attack another archer. And a very unusual event just happened with Gafgarian having something broken. Hopefully that was not Gafgarian's sword, otherwise that is going to be a very big time loss. Although they usually break like armor and helmets, so I'm probably in good shape, but if like Ramza or Agrius or Gafgarian get their sword broken, that's pretty much an automatic reset, because you will lose like 2 minutes. Are we going to get the Chemist quick kill? No, we are not going to get the Chemist quick kill because the Chemist has bad compatibility to Gafgarian. If Rad has fire, sometimes he can do enough damage. And another near max damage critical, wow. You can usually sometimes kill that Chemist early, and if that Chemist gets killed early, you can, your units can get a couple extra swings at Lezelos, which is the main determining factor as how long this battle goes. This fight is pretty much just wasted time. You want to get out of this fight as fast as possible. Because nothing you do here matters. It's kind of like time travel, or it's kind of like television, where at the end of the episode, everything goes back to the way it started. So we're going to basically try and get out of this as quick as possible. Yeah, because, yeah, exactly. The AI could have, I mean, if I was controlling Rad, I would have taken a back shot at a Lezelos while he was charging, and that would have been probably 36 damage. But this is looking like a very good opener. It's probably going to be about a 610, 615 at most. It's just a matter of 2 more good hits, and it's going to be over. Although my allies are falling like flies. I don't know if I can attack there. I don't know what the height difference is. Nope. I can only attack 3 down, and I think that's like a 3.5 or 4 height difference. I haven't actually needed to attack with rams in there in a while. No, I don't think I've ever actually seen Gafgarian do that with the Del move before. Oh, fight's over. Surprise! So now we're going to have an introduction to the game. It is the longest cutscene in the game. Right away at the beginning, 1 minute and 50-something seconds. Basically a small summary of the events to come. Yeah, by and large, anything Gafgarian does in Time Magic is useless because he will alter the CT a little bit, but it really doesn't matter. Because he won't get, like, enough extra turns to make any meaningful difference. Alright, so this cutscene, we're just going to get a small summary of our first mission, which is to report to Igor's castle and guard it. Delito always seems to know something. And that's going to play a prominent role in the story of this game. It's never really explained how Delita knows things, but he just does. Which is kind of interesting because, I mean, we're about to learn that it's Rams's father that got Delita into the academy where they are. So So it's kind of like you kind of wonder how Delita got these connections. This, like the first fight in my routing of this game, is not particularly an important battle. I really want to get out of this fight as quick as possible. Basically, I only need to get 175 Squire JP on Ramza and like 200 Chemist JP on something, like a Chemist or a Ramza. And I really don't care which one. I prefer it to be Ramza, but statistically it's probably going to be the male or female Chemist. Then I'm going to use that Wizard in the next fight. $195, $139. Haha, good Ramza Chemist JP start. So we're going to be using faster strats. So I don't even have to check JP on these other units. That is a very good start. It's probably about 45 seconds quicker if Ramza gets Wizard at Mandalia, just because of the better routing that it facilitates. Because typically what you would do in other routes is you'd either basically grind out Chemist JP here to try and get Wizard on Ramza, but I kind of short-circuited that. Look, I'm double turning him. Yeah, really good RNG because the Squire is dead before the second turn. Wow, that's actually really, really good RNG. I didn't even notice that she died. So next thing I'm going to want to do is I move this Squire to that position to block the line of sight in the event that this Chemist, or in the event that the Squire doesn't die. So that way this Chemist that just moved does not get a chance to heal that Squire. Did I mention this is like freaking god tier RNG? Actually, I need one more Chemist action before I can end the fight, though. Actually, I gotta let him charge at me. Here, Chemist, Chemist, Chemist. Nice, Chemist. I am so glad that missed. Alright, so you go in 4. Okay. Actually, it didn't matter if it missed. And this is probably one of the best Garlands I've ever had. And yeah, this is running on PlayStation emulator. So next step I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be recruiting a couple of units to make this little adventure work. But we must say goodbye to all of our friends. Because they won't be available to join us on the journey. Need to raise a little bit of money to make this adventure work. Alright, so we're going to be looking for 3 units. A 62 Capricorn is one of them. Just 62 or higher Capricorn or Taurus. And a 62 or higher Aquarius or Sagittarius. These are about 4% chances to get each one. That's the second 68 Capricorn that I've seen. Come on, game. Alright, a 70 Sagittarius. That is very nice. Alright, now we're looking for a Leo or an Aries with a 56 or higher Brave. This is about an 8% probability. Oop. This usually takes a lot less time to find than the 2 females, because, like I said, 8% chance versus 4. Usually I can do this recruiting in about a minute to 2 minutes. So, chemist. And it's probably a good thing I had that good start, because my CT unit has very crappy starting Squire JP. That's usually a problem. So, that's actually a good time saver there. Basically acquiring basic items like Phoenix Down and Potion to make things work. I think I did everything. I'm actually kind of like confused for a second, because like I'm 50 seconds ahead and that recruiting didn't seem like it went that well, so I want to take the cutscene to check my menuing. I'm gonna save before the cutscene, or after the cutscene, because this fight can actually troll you. If I burn through too many Phoenix Downs in the fight, if things go really poorly, then, yeah, I'd probably have to reset. And I mean reset the fight, not reset the game, but typically I would just reset the run at that point. Now, in terms of time-wise, this is actually before the first fight that we just had. We're outside the monastery with Gafgarian and company. Did miss 1 or 2 things, so good thing I used the cutscene to look my notes over. So this is going to be a small grind. I'm basically just setting up some small items to facilitate later grinds. Ideally, I'm going to want to get 200 Squire JP on Ramza and the other 3 units for gain JP up. And the other thing I would be doing in this fight, but I already have it on everybody, is to make sure everybody has at least 120 Chemist JP, so that way they have Potion and Phoenix down. You don't have to get it here, but for easier menuing purposes, it just makes it just simpler. Alright, here's the question. Will Elgus break out of his cage today? Answer, no. These first 2 or 3 moves make like a 2 or 3 minute difference in how this fight goes by itself. And we got nice Elgus today. Like, I had 4 or 5 runs in a row where I got mean Elgus. Of course, there's other ways that Elgus can misbehave too. It's if the enemy gets a critical hit on Elgus and really bangs him up, then he's also going to not behave as expected. Do nothing. I haven't actually had this set up in a long time where I've been able to use Ramza here. Normally I have a unit that I use for 1 fight, 1 or 2 fights, and then I get rid of it because it's just a simple wizard unit. It's very important that Elgus dies in that exact position because I can trap units in this position, and I can use it kind of like a valve to regulate how quickly the enemies attack me. And ideally I would just let them move through 1 at a time, and that makes this fight go very smoothly. Yeah, it was a 50 bad comp, so yeah, I can see why the Squire lived. Yeah, it's very unlikely that a 50 bad comp is going to survive even Ramza at this point. So basically, I'm just in grind mode right now. Let's see, what do we do with Ramza? Oh wait, Ramza's black magic, right. I'm just gonna keep throwing potions to grind. This cat really can't hurt me because this cat always has 40 brave, so the cat's attack power is rather limited compared to what you're gonna see for other random battles in this game, or random monster enemies in this game. Now if this cat had like a 70 brave, that would do probably 15 damage. I don't really feel like figuring it out in my head, but needless to say, it's not that much. Or it's a significant difference when you start increasing the brave. Now what we're seeing is, now that all of the enemies are critical, they're all going to start marching at me. It's the way the AI is kind of designed, that they just all charge to the front when everybody's critical. Otherwise, they just run to the corner when they're critical. I'm actually almost done grinding, too. Oh yeah, you can go right ahead and explain either way.
Alright.
I can shut up for a few minutes and let you talk.
Let's go on a nameless night. So how the Brave Faith system works, it's pretty simple. So how like spells work in this game is all of them are affected by your brave plus the enemy's your faith plus the enemy's faith. So that will affect damage. That'll affect hit ratio. That'll affect
Alright, she is
on top of the fact of
she was at 220 something.
on top of anything like zodiacs and stuff like that, which will another thing we didn't get that he didn't quite get into, which is there's two good. Every zodiac has two good, two bad, and a best/worst. Best/worst is not really that big of a deal. We're more worried about the good and bad part of the side of things.
7.
But yeah, Brave.
Wow,
How Brave works is there's certain weapons, but there's certain type of weapons such as fists, night swords, and katanas that all scale off of Brave. And the reason we need Brave for our male is because we're going to be making a ninja from him, and he's going to be punching a little bit, so that's why his Brave actually matters. Alright, so I'm gonna get off the mic again, and I'm gonna let Belta continue.
And that's the fight, actually. Because all I have to do is finish it off. I have all the grinding done. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not. I didn't hear the chemist. She was at 183 last time I checked. Yeah, 193, and that's the fight. Yeah, high faith units will leave at you get a warning at 86, and it's either 94 or 95 that they leave at. And low brave units leave at like the opposite but same threshold. Okay, so now we're going to do another cutscene, and we're going to get a little more summary of what's going on. We're essentially reporting for duty to Iger's castle, but our big brother is going to give us a new mission, and that new mission is to check on a spy. And we're going to go to Door to Trade City eventually, and that's the fight that usually wrecks everybody, and in this speedrun, it's a pain in the butt, too. It's a pain in the butt in any speedrun, but this one it seems to be especially problematic because of limited resources, very limited resources. So the next fight isn't going to be Sweegie Woods. The next fight I do is going to be the only random battle I will do in the entire run. The only random battle I will accept in the entire run. All other random battles I will reset for. Part of the reason why I do a random battle here is I make a little money off it, and that money is somewhat useful in avoiding some sales at the store, but it's more importantly used for unlocking early ninja. And I use a ninja in Chapter 2 as a cleanup unit if some of the magic casting doesn't work out as well as it should. Ninjas are very nice because you can chuck a shuriken, and that usually cleans up what the wizard couldn't do. And part of the other reason why I'm doing the random battle is I need the actions on the unit to get level 7 anyway. So unlocking Knight to get early Ninja makes sense on my routing. Alright, time to raise some more money. Right. That's fine. I didn't get the random battle. That's kind of tragic. Now we get to go back and forth until we get a random. Yeah, JP is, yeah, very, very tight. The only class that really has extra JP is, Ninja, but you really can't even use the extra JP in Ninja. Wizard has a lot of JP available, but by the time that JP is available, it's superseded by other classes because you have better abilities in summon magic. Wow, I got the bad random battle with 5 enemies. But on the bright side, I'm gonna make 1,000 gil out of it because each enemy is level 2. This is going to be slightly trickier because I have 4 units. Normally I have 5 units to do this with, but... So basically I'm going to grind 200 JP on the Chemist, 200 JP on the Knight. That's about 6-7 actions each. Ramza is going to get to 225 Wizard JP by the end of this fight, so that way he can make the his Wizard JP goals. The other Wizard, she's ahead in routing, so anything she gets here reduces the grind at Dorter. It's kind of nice the enemies are slow walking me this time. Which one is that? Okay. Though at the same time, really appreciate it if they were slightly more aggressive. So I really would have preferred to have been able to take out both of those birds, but I guess I'm not going to be able to take out both birds right away. Ideally, you want to kill these units as fast as possible so you reduce the unit movement. Because each time they take a turn, it's about 5-6 seconds. Take a swing. I need to take a swing at something. Alright, so now it's just the goblin. I heard a job level up. I don't remember which unit it was, though. I think it was the knight, but we'll check in a little bit. The only reason I do this random is because it's... You have two choices. You can either grind at Garland like crazy, or you can do a random. And each choice has its merits. And I think the timing is about the same. Okay, so she's good. Might be able to just end this right now. Alright, monk. Wizard is 253, and she was at 200. Yeah, I can end this right now. Alright, fight's over. And that is the only random battle you will see in this run. That is probably the worst possible fight. I mean, it was good and it was bad. I mean, it could have been a whole lot worse if my starting JP was a lot worse, but it was a decent fight overall. Okay, so where did I put my menuing? Alright, here we go. Alright, time to set up for Sweegie. And what we do is... Wait. Alright. Basically, it's going to be Monk, Wizard, and Squire training for this fight. Wow, very good Wizard JP there. This is not the usual menu we're used to because one of the units was is typically actually a the grinding is typically different. I got really good JP, so I'm actually on the faster formation. I'm used to grinding with the slower formation, where a different unit is a wizard. I basically wrote my notes in a way where if I get good Ramza starting chemist JP, I can take advantage of it, but I don't expect it. Alright, so we're going to want to move our units in a way to set up a formation to maximize early bolt spells on the enemy goblins and bombs and cats. Yeah, I can see I made a small mistake, but it's not going to be destructive. I forgot to take Defend off Elgus. I'm going to definitely want to do that next time, next menu, because Elgus with Defend is a, you're going to have a bad time. Let's just put it that way. Got black magic, but that's fine. Usually these two units don't typically die every time anyway, so I'm just gonna have to chase them down. Our good old friend Elgus might actually help me out, but today oh. All right. Change of plans. I cannot have Elgus burning any more Phoenix Downs. I need 3 for the next fight, no matter what. Delita's not gonna get a turn because Elgus goes. Delita goes first, then Elgus goes first, or goes second. So I don't have to worry about Delita burning my supply of potions. However, yeah, I forgot to menu Elgus completely, so. Alright, so... What? Thanks, Delita. No, really. I really appreciate that. Probably gonna have to walk backwards and fix this. Anyway, that's how what we want to have happen. We want to get rid of the guests at some point. We want to clean this fight up as fast as possible. Yeah, anyway. Normally units don't die in this fight unless you make big mistakes, and obviously, yes, I made a big mistake. It's very important to take item off of Elvis. So yeah, this is a very sloppy fight, but I should be able to commence with my grind, which is a moderate-sized grind. Very shortly. Basically, I'm just trying to get enough Monk JP so I can have Geomancer unlocked at Dorter Trade City. I'm trying to get 400 Squire JP on Ramza. And I'm trying to get like 265 JP on the female Squire. And the purpose of that is to make sure there's enough spillover JP for other units to have Move +1 and Move +1 unlocked at Dorter Trade City after the proposition. Okay, so she just hit 200. So now, am I gonna YOLO it and do Dorter Trade City with 2 Phoenix Downs, or am I gonna go back and buy a Phoenix Down? think I'm gonna have to actually go back and buy Phoenix Down because I don't feel like YOLOing this. Losing time for a random is a whole lot less than, well, losing 5 minutes and having to reset. So just a little more grinding, about 2 more minutes worth. Okay, he's done. Squire 241. It's a 253. Well, if I need money, I can sell that for 350. Alright, 2 more actions on the wizard, and we are done. Usually cannot kill the cat in a single attack, but this time I did. Alright, 1 more attack and I'm done. And as bad as that fight was, it was actually quicker than my PB. Because I'm actually keeping my own splits, because part of the way I can tell that a grind is done without having to check stats every 2 seconds is by looking at my splits. It's a rather effective mechanism for figuring out where I am. Alright, time to go back and buy a Phoenix Down. Might as well buy another one, because why not? Alright, so we're going to set up for a time mage grind. This is going to be a longer, more torturous grind. Alright, CT2. This one is actually like 10 minutes long. Alright, so set black magic, set. Make sure this is the right unit. Have a really high wizard JP, so I'm going to learn Bolt 2 right away. Bolt 2 at Dorter is very, it makes things stable. Let's put it that way. I like the stability that Bolt 2 offers. Have I thought about testing Ramza as a summoner? Not really. The only way I had thought about it, but actually I have tested it. I actually should backpedal on that. I have tested it with Ramza with Summon Magic. I haven't actually tested Ramza as a summoner, but with Summon Magic, it's not very useful. I don't know, I haven't tested the slower speed of doing a summoner grind here, though. Because the issue with when I tested it with Summon Magic was the the summons cost 24 MP, so you have one summon and then it's over. So your unit is not particularly effective as a summoner. Or I should say with summon magic here, which is probably going to be as a summoner. Alright, I'm using one of the older grind techniques for this fight where I'm going to cast 2 bolt spells right away on the front knight and wizard. There's a better technique, but I just haven't learned it yet for this fight. It's definitely more stable, but this technique works just as well. Basically, the newer technique avoids possible critical hits from this archer, which can kill units, and the reviving units are very important to keep those alive. And the newer technique kind of avoids problems. There's 2 reasons for that punch just now. One is because under many circumstances, that Time Mage will not be able to kill Elgus. However, as we just saw, Elgus just died because of the critical hit and the archer punching him. But an archer punch and a bolt on any combination of the Time Mage will always kill Elgus. Ideally, I would prefer that the Knight and Archer, or excuse me, the Knight and Time Mage both end up dead, but in this case, it kind of looks like I kind of got unlucky there. I mean, wow. I either mistargeted that spell, or that guy is like a cancer with like 45 faith. Because it looks like there's been hardly any damage done to him, or he dodged one, I'm not sure which. And that's kind of a problem. Yeah. Did he actually dodge that spell? I wasn't paying attention. Because, yeah, he's defending, so it would be 6% this time, but... Fortunately, he's in critical right now. Eh, whatever. So Ramza did 22. Let's see what happens. I mean, it's not a bad situation. It's... Oh, okay. Alright, it's time to make something up. You're a dog, aren't you? Yeah. Well... need to do something. If I would have targeted that bolt spell on the, well... This is where Bolt 2 is going to come in handy, because I'm just going to take a chance that that Bolt 2 kills the Archer and the Wizard, and Rams is going to take one more shot at this Knight. Because bad things happened. How did he survive 3 bolts? Yeah, I suspect either A, I mistargeted, B, he got really lucky, or C, it's not my day. It is possible they can actually survive that, but not every day that happens. That's why we want to have strats that are as strong as possible, and you can recover as easy as possible. And that's one of the advantages, I think, to the glitchless route in general, is that when bad things happen, you have a lot of tools available to you after you're done with the grind to recover from problems. There aren't very many fights where if you make a mistake, you can't recover from it. Like, I made a mistake at the Sweegie Woods menuing, and everything worked out fine that time, because I played it reasonably well compared to the cards I was dealt. And obviously you want to unmenu a few things like item on Elga so you don't have to go back and buy Phoenix Downs, but if you forget, with a little bit of improvisation, you can recover reasonably well. So now we're just going to be doing this for the next 5-6 minutes, just punching in a circle. Okay, that was a max damage critical. Actually, I'm going to switch the direction I'm punching to, because I'm pretty sure he's going to do less damage to Ramza than to my Time Mage. Yeah, he's a Leo, which is neutral comp to Ramza versus good comp to the Time Mage of 18. And I want to do that to cut down on my potion consumption. I have more than enough potions to finish this fight, but in a few places the money routing is very tight, so I don't want to like spend money early on that I may not have to spend. Because at the end of more than it's like 3 or 4 shopping trips, you have less than 1,000 gil left over. Okay, so that's 350. A couple of things you also get as a side effect of this grinding is you get level 5 on units, and level 5 Time Mage gets a PA or an MA point, and level 5 Wizard gets an MA point. Level 4, your JP grind gets a little quicker. You get like 1 or 2 extra JP per action, depending on. Actually, 1 more JP. 1 more JP per action, which also plays into the how long the grind will be. And he should be done. Archer, 120, perfect. Two more minutes, roughly. Normally I'm waiting on the Wizard to finish this grind, but because I had Hi Rams the Chemist JP. I will be waiting on the time mages this time. Wow, she must have been like bare minimum on time mage JP. Rams is almost done if I recall correctly. And the wizard should be over by 2 actions already. So 4 actions left on the female time mage, and Ramses should be done. Yep, Ramses is done. It's actually... Right. Let's double check this for marathon safety. I already checked him. Come on, go, go, go. And one more of those terrible grinds and we can actually play the game. And now that we're at Dorter, basically the spy, there was the conversation with the spy, but fortunately the spy turned tail, and now we're interviewing somebody from the Death Corps in a rather aggressive fashion to find Elmador. And that's going to give us our next mission, to go into the Sandrat Desert and grind. I have to buy another pair of battle boots just for this fight. No. Time Mage. And the reason is Elgus as a squire, if he has throw stone, he will mess this fight up big time. It is a disaster if Elgus has throw stone. Okay. Set black magic. That's it. That's it. Except for equipment part. Best hat. Nope. Boots. My previous routing of this fight basically revolved around keeping Elgus as turning Elgus back to a squire, but unfortunately I later discovered that was a mistake, and the original routing of keeping him as a chemist was the correct option the whole time, because if he has throw stone, he changes his movement, and And that changed movement basically changes how the enemies line up. If the enemies change how they line up, then I can't hit as many of them with a bolt spell. And there's already a problem where if the enemies can dodge bolt spells, they can spread around, and it creates a situation where it is possible to actually run out of MP in this fight. It's unlikely, but it could happen, but either way, it involves also a lot of potential time loss. That's exactly where you want Elgus to go. You want him going to that spot, because then the archer's gonna line up, charge on Elgus, and the only other thing that can deviate is whether or not the knight will throw a stone at Elgus, and that doesn't change anything. Or good luck, I got Defend Monk. Defend Monk is very good to see for a couple of reasons. One, it reduces the likelihood that Monk also has Throw Stone. Two, Defend Monk is just quicker because that Monk gets less turns, or fewer turns. And we got the guard. Hooray. Ideally, I want to see about 2 enemies die, like what happened. Once in a while, Elgus will run up to that knight and stab him and kill him. That's why I do a best fit there. You have to do 2 equips there. You have to put like a hat and a pair of battle boots on there to set his movement, so it's just quicker to go best fit in that situation. So, and plus the knife actually helps out, so best fit it is. A very dangerous monk, a very dangerous knight there though. Get lucky. Now we get to exploit the yell mechanic, because what we essentially have in this fight are trains leaving the same station but going to different stations, but they have to get at different distances, but they have to get to their station all about the same time. And that's what we're doing with the yell, because we're changing the acceleration pattern with the yell mechanic. Once again, we're punching Elgus because the summoner won't be able to kill Elgus by herself in many situations. Oh, this is going to be a setup. Normally I have bodies slightly different positions. So now we're just going to look at Ramza yelling for the next 7 or 8 minutes. not necessarily at himself. Okay, I'm gonna have to just do that. Yeah. Wait till the night crystallizes. I have the yelling for this fight in a very specific order. Mainly, again, to make sure everybody gets the right amount of turns at the right time. Well, that's a miss. That happens. Let's see, that was Ramsey yell number 7. So now we're gonna yell at our summoner 5 times. Oh, I suppose I should also explain why the monk is hiding in the corner. The monk is hiding in the corner because... Nice double crit. The AI likes to go after the closest available target, but in this case the closest available target is Ramza, but that character has no ability to hit Ramza, and because he has no ability to hit Ramza, he just runs to the corner expecting you to come out of the corner at some point so he can actually make contact. Yeah, that critical from the thief was rather inconvenient. I lost 2 summoner actions because of it. I'd rather not move the summoner unnecessarily, so that's why I just opted to skip her turn rather than to move and punch, because that's gonna change how the CT is ordered. Yeah, it's 538.04. My PB is 551-ish. It's a low 551. I don't remember what the exact seconds are. Mainly because I got one 551 and then 2 days later I got another 551. And I'm actually having a very good run today as well. It's a very good start. I haven't been hit with anything problematic anywhere. Now that was a mistake. Never want to try and punch the thief. Now she's missed 2 actions. Nope, Ramza twice. And what we're trying to get out of all of this grinding is Ramza is going to get Odin, the Summoner will get Odin, our Time Mage will get, our Time Mage will get enough JP unlocked for short charge that will also provide enough spillover JP for our Summoner for short charge. It also provides spillover JP for the Thief, who will get Teleport later. The Thief is going to get Move +2 unlocked. And it also provides levels that make these strats work. You can't actually do these strats at lower levels. You need at least level 5, I'd say, to make these work. Otherwise you have to start making substitutions or additions. So, now that was a mistake. Oh well. So we're looking at probably about 10 more actions to make everything finish. Although there's still about 4 or 5 more minutes of grinding left. Maybe 3. Because it didn't exactly have the best PB possible. And again, this is another one of those splits where I'm keeping my splits open to know approximately when the grind is done. Because these fights are... there aren't very many actions, or I should say, there aren't very many variable actions to them relative to the amount of actions you're taking in the fight. Now what I'm going to do is I'm having Ramza teleport down so he can punch, because punches are faster than yelling, because yell takes about 8 seconds, whereas teleporting down and punching takes less time. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one more punch, and then I'm going to teleport back upstairs. So then the monk is going to hide back in the corner, because the monk will then be convinced there's nobody to attack again. Right, so the Summoner just went over 800 JP. And that's the nice thing that's possible when you know exactly what the speed values are. She is probably done. No, she is not done. Wow. Amazing. This should be 860. 912. So that means she has 5 actions left. I'm gonna say 5 actions left. More actions. Alright, so now I don't have to teleport back up, because now I'm just going to let the monk come to me, and then we're going to cast a bolt spell on him to end the fight. Ramza should be done because he's had way more actions than that summoner. Alright, 10-19, so Ramza does actually need 2 more. Alright, so he's definitely on track. Just to double check, she should be done. 785, she hit the number right on. $10.59, he's going to get the rest from spillover. 10.52, she is done. Oh crap. Alright. Still gotta wait on the thief. That's okay. This is the reason why you want the grind to be synchronized as much as possible, because you want to avoid as many of those full weight turns as possible near the end. Alright, so the thief has enough JP. The only thing we're waiting now on the thief is level 7, which is one action away. Are you? Whatever. Whatever, I have enough thief JP. I'm just gonna lose a little bit of time at the next fight. I'm not even gonna complain. I know I made a mistake. I did not check the AT list before the action. So, whatever. It's not a catastrophe. I'm not resetting this run, I'm actually running 2 minutes ahead of PB. In a marathon even. And I've already had 3 safety saves that I would not have done in a normal run. Because if bad things happen, I just reset early on, but... Well, I was always capable of getting this time. It was more or less just getting a good start on a few of the fights to make it work. It's kind of RNG whether or not you get that 2 minutes or not. Alright, so we're gonna go shopping. We're gonna buy 3 Thunder Rods and 3 Red Hoods. So, let's What are you, wizard? Wizard. That's it. That's the ticket. Oh, 400 exactly. So we get to use the fast Arguay Wood strat. That's gonna be a fun treat. Alright. Now, since I made a mistake, I need that action. I'm gonna do the menuing slightly out of order, because I'm gonna have to chase somebody. The other thing you need in that fight is you need to get 2 thief levels. I was level 4, so going to level 6 gets me the 2 thief levels. If I had actually been level 5, missing that level 7, that would have actually been a catastrophe. I would have had to have probably done a random battle just as a I would probably either had to have done Thieves Fort as a I would either had to have done Thieves Fort as a thief to get the level up, and then I'd have to check my monk JP, but there probably would have been a random battle at some point to correct the mistake. But because I had good starting JP on the the unit that will eventually become a ninja, things were fine. Although as a side consequence of that, I will not get early speed point. You can get the ninja speed point at level 11, but I'm not going to get that today. And that's random battle number 1. So the single segment dream is now dead. The farthest I've gone without a random battle is to the Bethless Sluice. So ideally what's... Okay, so Delita's gonna get a turn, and that can mess things up. I hope it doesn't. We'll see. I think the worst thing that's gonna happen is I'm gonna lose some time. Has anyone gotten a single segment? I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know of anybody getting single segment. Let's put it that way. Alright, Maluda behaved, so we've got a speed run. Ideally, what I would do is the monk would get the first turn, and the monk would punch Delita, and then Elgis would move where he is, and that would be it. Then I would move the monk into a spot into depth 2 water. But since everything is fine, all I need to do is get the one action and good. These actions with Ramza and the Time Mage, we're going to be punching once per battle, and that's too short. I could have obtained those actions elsewhere, but it would have actually added like 2 or 3 minutes to the route, and it's just quicker to just put a punch here at every fight than to drag a grind out. Really, the TAS had won? I don't even remember that, and I watched it. They actually took... Yeah, it would have been quicker. Would have been quicker, and it probably would have... Yeah, but it... Yeah, but the experience routing. I don't know how precise that is, so... Alright, now we're back onto normal routing. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to sit there and remember every detail of like a 3-hour speed run. That's just... I mean, there's a lot of things that task did. Somehow the task changed a dagger into a broadsword and got a high damage critical hit with it. And nobody knows how that happened. The task was basically just timing frames out to get max damage criticals everywhere. This routing, yes, it does not use the shop glitch. It doesn't use the scroll JP glitch either. Yeah, remember what I said about being 2 minutes ahead? That's what this game will do to you. Throws randoms. It just throws randoms at you everywhere. It's a 30% chance for each green dot. Well, there's actually 2 shop glitches. Yeah, there's the one where you can do it for whatever the cost of a weapon is. Then there's the other one where you can just straight out duplicate it. In most cases, the straight out duplication works better. I don't even remember how the one that costs money works anymore because I haven't done it in forever. Alright, now we get to talk to our brother who's sick in bed, or who's recovering from a stab wound that he paid a Death Corps soldier to inflict on him to make the raid look real. That's right, the whole kidnapping was set up by Daisadarg, your lovely brother. Great family member. But wait, the treachery's about to get better. Our former friend Elgis is going to tell us, hey, it's time for a new mission. Go to Fort Zeekton, but you have to go using a specific route. And kind of looks to me like Daisadarg is setting Ramza up to be killed, and then he's going to make Ramza into a martyr in the process to help his anti-Death Corps cause. Yeah, the catching weapons trick, the best place to do that is in the deep dungeon, and yeah, they have to be a specific level to throw each weapon. And Yeah, that's usually in the high 90s for the good weapons. I think somebody's made range setup tutorial videos for No Math. I think Sweet Cherry Boy JP did, but I'm not sure if those are still around anymore. So I remember being in the stream when he made some of those tutorial videos, but I don't know if they're still around. And of course, that would be for an old ancient route. The way the runaway trick worked was Ramza was up high on a ledge, and that's only going to work in a few spots. It has to be a setup where the enemy cannot actually attack you, and that's the only unit they can attack, or they think they can attack. So this is basically a straightforward fight. A lot of these fights for the next part of the game is basically going to be let the enemies move, then we're going to drop a volley of spells on them and get rid of everybody.
Alright. So how the grinds work in like glitchless and no map stuff like that, the enemy has a certain line of sight that they'll aggro onto a certain unit, and so Dune State, how it works is how it works is they'll be like, I want to get to the unit now, and even though they could probably take a couple turns to just kind of walk around and get to you, instead they're like, I want to get to the unit right now, but they can't because there's either like a body or something in the way, and so the enemy thinks that they'll move eventually or something, but then we never move, so he just kind of gets stuck there. Since, like for example, in the Dorter fight, we have Algus or Delita right there. Since they can never despawn, or they'll never crystallize, I should say, they're we're easily able to get them stuck. But as Belted said, that's only going to work in certain fights. There's certain ways you have to do it. You have to have kind of knowledge of how to do it. Alright, I'm going to go back to Belted.
Alright, next fight, continuation of the last formula. Volley of spells. Let the enemies move. One spell, and it's over. Basically, the last 4 fights of Chapter 1 are all fights where the victory condition is defeat one specific enemy, Maluda, Ygraf, and Elgus. All 4 of them are Virgo Zodiacs, and each of them is you can just very easily take out with one Ramu spell on a wizard with magic attack up and a Thunder Rod. one of the reasons why we're punching Delita here is to cut out text. Delita says a lot in the ending battles of Chapter 1, and each time you punch him, you save about 5-10 seconds. I need the action anyway, so if I can take an action and save time, it's worth it. And we're basically finishing off the grind with these punches, same idea. And we have Y-Graph with the big reveal. It's the first time the idea of a form of manipulation gets introduced to Ramza. Ramza is justifiably skeptical at this point, but in the next fight, his skepticism will slowly fade away. Mainly when that prick Elgus sends an arrow into Tita's heart. And is basically remorseless about it. Oh, look, I missed. Oh, no big deal. You could say math skill is cheating, but yeah, it's kind of less than interesting. I've run math before a few times. It's not exactly very interesting to run. I mean, if you have like an active chat and can like talk to other people while you're doing the run, it's not that bad because you're not really focused on the run. You can talk to chat. But if you have a empty chat running no math, at a certain point is just going to get tedious and boring. Or you can alternatively just turn on another Twitch stream and watch that while you're doing the math stream and get world record. Like Claude last month. Who beat his own record by less than 20 seconds, but that's a rather optimized route at this point. Because really with the math speedrun, what you're just doing is you're just putting in like one or two calculations per fight after you get the chapter 1 grind done. And that's about an hour and some odd minutes. And once that's done, it's basically CT3 Flare, for CT3 Bolt 3, CT3 Holy for the rest of the game. Another way I'm avoiding text on Delita is earlier in the chapter I put a feather hat on Delita. That keeps his HP above 50%. The significance of 50% is at 50% units, if there's a potion available to them, they will usually try to heal, they'll use cure, they'll use a potion, and that's also the trigger for Delita's text in this fight. But because Delita is above 50% HP, that text is not going to trigger, so I save a few seconds by putting on a feather hat. Plus, the other nice thing about putting the There's another manipulation in this fight, and it's where I put the Time Mage. Elgus understands that Time Mage can hurt him because she has black magic as a secondary. That also works with other classes as well. If you have like a Geomancer or a Summoner, Elgus will go to that spot every time. And because he goes to that spot every time, Delita cannot attack him. So like the manipulation that was used at Zekla's Desert, he just runs to a point close enough where he can attack the next turn, but he does nothing. Yeah, that was a very good Chapter 1 on 146.08 by my splits. Which is 6 seconds ahead of PB, but anything can happen. It's actually a really good Chapter 1 because PB had 0 randoms. This has 2. I'm going to cut out and fill my water back up. 30-second cutscene. And now we're back to the present. Notes. Chapter 2. And we're not going to be taking any of these units. Oh, hooray! My notes decided to freeze up on me. Let's see if we can do this menu from memory. Right, they came back. We're going to change Gaffy and Agrius into chemists to make them not do anything useful in the fight. They don't do anything useful as it is, so let's make them slow and take away their abilities. Alright, let's do this right. We're going to learn Odin. Set Summon Magic and Magic Attack up. Keep forgetting to do this. Alright, Ramsey needs to... No, he doesn't. The enemies in this fight are probably the most poorly configured enemies you will encounter during the entire game. Well, some of the earlier ones are also poorly configured, but they're also not very powerful at that point. But here, relatively speaking, there's an extreme disparity. Some of them still only have like hats. Some of them only have like clothes. They're missing configuration. And you can just walk in here with a magic attack up Odin, and that will generally destroy everything. And yes, it does have a soft reset. So that's a Gemini. So that's best comp to my Summoner, or Summoner Wizard. That's a Virgo. That's bad comp to my Summoner Wizard. That's a Cancer. That's a neutral comp. I usually pay attention to the compatibility in this fight because this one it's very easy to one-shot or to have a follow-up spell right away to save time. That's a Pisces, so that's bad comp. So I'm gonna actually have to do something weird. Let's see if we can drop a summon in instead. I would have preferred a bolt spell, but the two bad enemies lined up in a really weird formation, so instead we opted for a Ramu and an Odin, but most of the time you can end this fight with just an Odin spell. Alright, the first of 3 or 4 propositions is going to come next. Casually propositions are rather interesting. We also use them in the speedrun. No, we go shopping first. Alright. Buy 1. Buy 2. Buy 11. And 15. Sell. And we're going to do the proposition as Squires. And as a Geomancer. The requirements for Ninja are Geomancer level 2. And I don't find Geomancer particularly useful, so I just get the JP through the proposition. Yeah. Okay, good. Got early magic attack up on Ramza. Let's see, what are we getting? Odin. Magic attack up. Mind item. Alright, Aeas. Alright, on her. Move +1. Attack up, already learned. And time made short charge. Set weapon, magic attack up, move +1. CT, 1 more to go, or 2 more to go. Again, move +1. A weapon guard. Run's invalid, but had you, I accidentally made a mistake there, but just gonna keep going, just won't use teleport. Anyway. Not very happy about that, because it was actually a good run, but concentrate. Counter. +2. Shuriken Ball. Concentrate. +2. CT. Set. Third short charge. +1. No joke, but I have literally never made that mistake before. Ever. So, yeah. Well, it's probably not going to PB either because of A, all the extra saves, and B, bad things can happen. I'm not going to get ahead of myself on that one. Anyway, ideally you'd want to... Anyway, moving on. You can either save Boko or not save Boko. I chose to not save Boko because I mashed too quickly, but if your brave is high enough, you can do either one. Yeah, well, and the other thing is accidentally spending 600 JP on teleport kind of burns you big time. Alright, so we're going to do the fast strat here. You can only do it if you have really good starting summoner JP, which is only like 35% of the time, but we get to do it today. Which is to learn Shiva and Ramu. And when you learn Shiva here, with short charge, you can get the goblins before they move. And Shiva almost always kills all 3 of those goblins. So you save 3 movements. And that's about 15 seconds quicker. And Rams is going to finish this off with an Odin. Alright. And if the Shiva wouldn't kill somebody, the ninja can quickly clean up. Wait, I had 2 units. What? Wow. What am I doing? I just like dropped the. I must have dropped the Odin in the wrong spot. Because those goblins should have been dead. Okay. Well, it's supposed to save time, but if you're not paying attention, apparently you can lose time. Anyway, try to focus. We do not need Boko for the run, so goodbye, Boko. Have I played the iOS version? Nope. Continuation of the same formula, we're going to let the enemies move, set up a combination, and they will generally fall in one round. Ramza is set as a summoner, so that way Gafgarian is gone when Ramza's turn comes up, and the reason Gafgarian is gone when Ramza's turn comes up is because we have a short-charged Ramu set to hit Ramza, or a short-charged Ramu set to hit Gafgarian, and that will resolve before Gafgarian gets his turn. Or that will resolve before Ramza gets his turn. Too many names. Too many names to keep track of. Alright, Delita has two options here. He can go right or left, and he went the way I prefer him to go. I prefer him going on this side, mainly because if a unit survives the Odin, there's somebody over there that can clean up. MP is still rather tight at this stage of the game, and because of that, there's really no reliable follow-up. Because I usually have about 54, 55 MP, and I'd need 56 for a follow-up. And that's where Delita comes into the picture. Whereas on the other side with the ninja, there's Ramza, there's the wizard that can follow up, and generally speaking, there's two units over here that can survive, whereas the other side has three, so it's more probable to have a survivor on Delita's side. Gafgarian curses his very existence and exits the battlefield as Rams is about to get his turn. Once in a while, if you get lucky, the wizard will actually eliminate all three enemies in one Ramu, and then you save a spell. Although kind of want Ramza to get some kind of an action here on my routing, especially if you made a mistake with the summoner grind like I did earlier. I apparently missed an action on Ramza. But now I'm good, or I should be. Either that or I really calculated my JP wrong. Continuing his plotting. Wondering who is manipulating who in this situation. Yeah, there's a bunch of games in Ivalice. 12 Tactics Advance. Right, so we're collecting our Ovalia's equipment because Makes our wizard very powerful. Ramza is going to have Summon Magic and Teleport equipped. That makes the next fight very easy. CT, Magic Attack. Going to do a safety save here because the enemies can petrify you, and on this routing I don't have a recovery option for a double petrify. Mainly because it just doesn't work with the speed and how I do the grinding. And it's a very low probability event. Although if it does happen, it's run over. Well, not necessarily run over, but it will be very difficult to recover. And we get a bigger introduction to the main plot point of the story, the Zodiac Crystals. Although, oddly enough, Mustadio doesn't want to talk about that when he's alive, but if the enemies manage to bring him to HP 0, he provides a big reveal about that. Fortunately today, Mustadio did not behave. What Mustadio just did was probably now the worst thing that can happen. It used to, I would consider the worst thing that he could have done in the past to put a don't act on the archer, on an archer, but now, because he put don't act on a knight, there's no way that knight is going to run into the Odin spell, so I'm going to have to spend some time hunting that knight down. And just... and the fire rod hype. Okay. Knight hiding in the back corner. It's giving me a nice setup too, actually. That's kind of the disappointment about this fight. Because Ramza can just go here, teleport to the wall, drop an Odin on these two archers. They usually will die. What's the best way to do this? Alright. And Mustadio has counter tackle, just to make it more interesting. Mustadio's abilities are completely randomized, so it's a new experience every time. Definitely getting trolled on this fight, because it's probably going to take about a minute to put that back knight down. I really like Ramza having Odin because Ramza having Odin covers a lot of the weird front unit movements. Because previously with one Odin, there were a couple of panels they could go to where you wouldn't be able to hit them with two spells. I'm gonna do like an 80 or 90% teleport, and I don't have enough MP for another Odin, so we're just gonna use whatever I have. Bolt. I'm gonna march everybody over there, even though the fight's probably gonna be over before they get there. Alright, let's see if this shuriken can be useful. Neutral comp. Almost useful. Alright. That's right, hit me, hit me, hit me. he's not gonna hit me. Well, I guess I have to. And counter finishes the battle. I was kind of hoping to get a bolt proc there, but... yeah, that fight blew up in my face. That was a, that's what we would call a Chapter 2 disaster, and a lot of these Chapter 2 fights have the potential for something strange to happen, and you end up losing 2 minutes on it. It's been a very long time since I've actually seen a Chapter 2 disaster like that. Usually it's like 30 or 45 seconds, and you can usually somebody is there to clean up, but when Mustadio does a don't act like that and the units run away, there is basically no remedy other than losing time. But like the point I've always made, you can recover from most things very quickly. And a continuing plot dump where Stadio wants to come with them, but unfortunately he wants to keep his little secret intact as well. And because Mustadio has that annoying AI attribute to him, we turn him into a chemist to slow him down, and we take away his toys. That's it. And a cutscene. The FFT Rando is, yeah, 15-20 hours long if you've played them rather well and know the nuances of them. I've seen them done quicker, I've seen them done a lot slower, but I would definitely estimate 10 to 15 hours, 10 to 20 hours minimum. Unless you've practiced the scene before, but then it wouldn't be random anymore. Yeah, or if you get a really good seed, or you manage to figure out, if you can get like a 50 speed Tita right away, and you can keep her alive, you can just bowl over every fight, just boom, done, boom, done, boom, done. Well, the other thing is when I've done FFT Rando, the deep dungeon really isn't that hard anymore, because I think a lot of the harder fights have been randomized out of the dungeon, so in a weird kind of way, it kind of makes the deep dungeon easier. That's been my experience. Whereas by the time you get to the deep dungeon, if you make it that far in the seed, you probably have a very powerful combination as well. Because Elia Dibs is usually around level 83-ish, and I've beaten him a couple of times. A couple of times it's been rather funny too, because the few times I've done it, he's usually been vulnerable to stop. And you just cast stop on him, and watch how fast he drops. Okay, so... Wow, I actually have to use the backup strat. Every once in a while, the units move 1, 2, 3 in a weird formation, and you actually have to drop a different spell combo on them. And that's one of them, but rather interesting that the archer chose to defend rather than attack. I wouldn't mind a Genji Gauntlet in a speedrun. I mean, especially the no math speedrun. But other than that, wow, bad Barrius as well. This chapter is very random, but it used to be a lot worse with survivors. But since I put a ninja in, I can quickly clean up most survivors. Yeah, Shantaj strats would be amazing. That's better than an Angel Ring. That's perma re-raise, whereas Angel Ring is just once. And boy, that could be exploited in a lot of ways. Oh look, it's our buddy Gafgarian. Setting us up for death again. Unfortunately, his plans fail every time. Yeah, the amount of random battles that you would have to get Cloud is pretty insane. Even getting Beowulf, it's a bunch of them. Beowulf is the easiest one to get. Alright, now we're basically in the part of the run where a lot of the menuing has been drastically curtailed. We're just at this point, most of the major stuff has been done. It's now just little one item adjustments every menu for the remainder of the game. So quick menu, quick menu, quick menu. But as for Beowulf, yeah, when I would play FFT Rando, I would oftentimes just I wouldn't always do the what is it called, the Cole series, but I would at least unlock Beowulf for free equipment, because once in a while you could get good equipment off Beowulf if the rare item flag wasn't checked for an item. Like, there's one time I got like a really good Maximilian. Like, typically a Maximilian is really good armor, but the one time I did get it, it had some bonus stats attached to it as well. Secret Clothes. There's a Secret Clothes, and that's at Germanus Peak. No, that's the Vanish Mantle that's at Germanus Peak, but the Secret Clothes are in the Deep Dungeon. That's what you're thinking of. That's a really good item to have in a randomizer as well. 4 Chantages and 1 Secret Clothes. You just hide Ramsey in the corner, have him at uncalculatable stats, and then your 4 female units just run wild. Ultima with math skill, and she starts calculating Rafa skills. That's like instant 999, or with Ultima calculating a like Hell IV or something like that. That's basically instant 999. It's very important to kill Mustadio in this battle, or at least send him to critical status. Because if the weather is different in this fight, and it's not like a thunderstorm or heavy rain, Mustadio will have 1 extra movement. If he has 1 extra movement, bad things happen. Moves differently, the enemies move differently. It's all around a bad scene. So just punch Musty and critical him, and everything is fine. And I got the Marlboro this time, so slow strats. Not that much slower, just slightly. Unfortunately, I don't have a summoner in this fight, because if you have a summoner, the Marlboro would move, and then you could have them take care of the Marlboro in 1 shot as well. And one Ramu to finish that side off, and then we're just going to wait for the Marlboro to move, and then wait for the Marlboro to move again, and bolt him. And the reason why we're waiting is the CT doesn't align properly. And we're out of range. Another full weight. Yeah, casually getting a pig here is practically mandatory. It's like, how many resets do you want to do to get it? Shantaj so OP. I always find this cutscene amusing because there's plenty of things going on that you might not actually notice. Because like on one side you see some kids like making faces at each other. On the other side you just see people laughing. Then down below you have a bird and a human petting the bird. A lot of little details on this cutscene. Any poaching used in a speedrun? Not that I know of. I mean, it could be done, but probably wouldn't be that reliable of a tactic. So I'm buying 21 water balls and 4 potions for use throughout the run. The water balls are useful for damage in Chapter 2 because there really aren't any good ways to do damage with the ninja. Whereas potions are used mainly to save Rafa, and in this fight. Let's see which random version of this fight I'm going to see today. This fight is entirely dependent on Mustadio's first move. If Mustadio goes down, one set of strategies. If he goes up, different set of strategies. If he goes up, it's generally quicker, but he does that very rarely. When he goes down, basically what happens is it causes the enemies to spread out wider, and it makes it more likely for survivors, whereas when they're concentrated, it's very easy to hit enemies with spells 2 times, and if they're hit twice, it's basically impossible for them to survive. Unfortunately, the Don't Act missed. That can be a big determinant how this fight goes. So, since they didn't kill him, I will just potion him. The idea is Mustadio and the ninja are serving as archer bait. And same thing with her, she's going to... That's exactly where you want her to move. Ideally, she'd shoot somewhere else, but I won't complain, because I got what I wanted. And I got a quick way to get rid of that summoner. That was a nice lucky counter. And this is a very good fight. As everybody lined up, everybody behaved. Oh. Okay. And now we just watch spells resolve for the next 20 seconds. As all of the enemies fall to the ground. And that is not quite a perfect fight, but one of the better fights you can see here, where everybody just lines up and spells take care of everybody. Once in a while you have to spend like half a minute to a minute cleaning up because of worst comps or people not following the script. Yeah, the ninja in this routing does do some punching, but most of that punching is over by before UBS 2. At that point, there are knives on the unit for the remainder of the game. I think the biggest issue with the Brave is whether or not you kill Mustadio. You do damage to Quakeland, the Brave kind of matters there. But in most of the places where you can punch, you can throw a water ball, and throwing a water ball will generally do more damage than the knives that you have available to you at this point. Because the best weapon I think you have is the Plantina Dagger. and you'd have to actually buy that at Lionel Castle. I'm pretty sure that's available right now, but I don't go shopping at Lionel Castle, and I really don't need the damage either, because the fists cover it. Otherwise known as the infamous Lancer fight. UBS 2, the infamous Lancer fight. Alright, another shopping trip. So now we can enhance the power of our magicians now that we can buy wizard robes. And that is a substantial upgrade when combined with the wizard mantle. Yes. Wizard mantle. CT, best. LA. Oh, right. Save before the cutscene. The classic mistake. I'm putting a save there because there's a couple of things that can really go wrong in the next fight. One of them is there's a wizard and a knight that can be a smart aleck. If they have move +1, they can block your movement, your forward movement, and there is a backup in I have a backup in my routing where Ramza can do a 90% teleport. But if Ramza's 90% teleport misses, their possibility of Agrius dying becomes a distinct possibility. Well, good. Now we don't have to explain it. Alright, let's save again. This time. Normally I wouldn't save here in a speedrun, but since my last save was like 45 minutes ago, yeah, you should probably save. Chameleon robes are awesome. I'll explain it again. They're awesome. They exploit a thing in the AI where it's programmed to think holy sword skills are holy elemental, but they're really not. And since chameleon robes absorb holy, something that absorbs holy, and casting a holy sword skill like lightning stab, the AI thinks it's holy elemental, but it's not. It's actually nothing elemental, unless you have a coral sword or an ice brand equipped. Then in which case it becomes lightning elemental or ice elemental. Although, as a sub caveat to that, I don't know how the blood sword is affected by that. Nice max damage critical. And the setup on we're starting to use it basically a strat where if you can kill some enemies before they move, we're gonna do it. And that's what we did with Mustadio and the wizard. We outsped them and used short charge to cast a Ramu on them. Oh wow, that's some unusual movement. Alright, what are you gonna do? Fortunately, I didn't get completely wow, thanks game. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to clean up. I've actually never seen that happen before. Maybe I have. Normally, that knight lines up properly. So I'm gonna have to spend some time to clean up that knight that had an extra movement point and walked out of the Odin spell. This has actually been a kind of trolly chapter 2. What did that even hit? What did that even hit? That's like literally, like I know what the line of sight is in this battle, and I've never practiced line of sight to that spot. Can't even use charge. Alright, so pass it through, let the knight do something, he's gonna keep running, and Agrius is going to get her turn, and we're completely making this up on the fly now, because why not? That's what this game is all about. Let's just do a YOLO teleport. Once in a while it works, this time it didn't. That was probably about a 30% teleport. So let's move and summon Ramu again. Yeah, move +2 is very, very useful as a cleanup strat because for multiple reasons. One, it extends the range of the throwing by 2 because your throwing is built off of your movement stat, and 2, it just allows you to work around any nook and cranny. And yes, I take Agrius in this route, and I take Agrius for 2 reasons. 1, for Coral Sword, and 2, to possibly sell her diamond armlet if I need money. But that's the only thing I use her for. She's not very useful other than that, just for equipment. And only recently have I added the Coral Sword in as a need for Ramza, and that's really only used at UBS 2. Nowhere else do I potentially even need a Coral Sword. Yeah, Agrius with a even Agrius with a Chaos Sword though is not exactly Chaos Blade is not exactly the best either. A balanced version of Orlando. Yeah, that would be a good assessment. Exactly, which makes her bad. Exactly. So we're using Mustadio as bait in this fight. Gafgarian will just Night Sword busty every time. And hopefully the other units also lock to Mustadio or my ninja. Accordingly, once they set up, we can continue the same formula of dropping Odins everywhere. And once again, we're going to try and kill these 2 units before they move. Once in a while it doesn't work, most of the time it does. Like what we just saw there. Gafgarian will get a turn before the Odin goes off, so Ramza is specifically tuned to take care of Gafgarian with a short charge Ramu. No, not a short charge Ramu, just a regular Ramu. So that after all of this resolves, everything will very likely be dead, and at that point, the only thing that remains is the one time mage who is currently casting Stop on my ninja. We'll see what happens with that. Missed as expected. Stop usually doesn't hit have a very high hit percentage, but you never know. And I'm going to throw a water ball because it's going to do more damage than punching. Now if I get lucky, the Time Mage will run right up to the ninja and punch the ninja, and the ninja will counter for a funny happening in the situation. If she survives this. Build your own hero. Of course, the reason why you would refer to Ramza as build your own hero is because his stats level up male and female. So he gets MP growth and MA of females, and HP and PA growth of males. So if you want to have him magic, go right ahead. If you want to have him physical, go right ahead. Either way, no penalty. Whereas all of the other characters in the game, there would be a gender penalty. Now we're going to slightly modify the eliminate the enemies before they move strategy. We're going to add somebody else to the mix. Really want to save there. So there's a couple of bad things that can go wrong. One of them is if Gaffy walks up to Ramza and gets a max damage critical and kills him. Fortunately, that didn't happen, because if that did happen, that'd be an automatic reset. A couple of these units can also start doing Petrify and Stop on some of your characters, but that's not as catastrophic. Alright. So, Mustadio and the Ninja, ideally what they're going to do is they're going to take that knight and kill her by themselves without assistance from the mages, and the reason for that is her CT may end up differently and it would be awkward to cast on her, whereas the archer can be very easily dealt with magic. And the reason it becomes awkward is if she moves and does nothing, it's hard to get a spell slotted in there without her redirecting that spell. Unfortunately, Mustadio is now dead, but Mustadio served his purpose, although he's also very good for cleanup if you get survivors of the two Ramu spells, but I didn't get survivors today. And fortunately, I have neutral comp and good comp, so there is no problem taking her out. If I would have known it was 90%, I would have just done a double Ramu, but because a double Ramu is going to be quicker than casting 2 bolt ones on him. Because these units can pack mantles, and when they can have small mantles or wizard mantles, they can evade bolt spells, and that's why there's such an emphasis on summoner in Witchless or ninjas that have concentrate. That's why none of the shots from the ninja miss, because of concentrate. And as a side note, one of these speedruns actually uses rubber shoes as well to manipulate the archer movement. It works unless the archer has a poison bow, but a vast majority of the time, that archer does have a lightning bow. So this is one of the battles where you can have variable strats based on the zodiacs of your party. You can have a Leo or an Aries. A Leo is bad comp to Quakelin. If you have a Aquarius on your Aquarius Sagittarius unit, she can be bad comp to Quakelin. However, if your Capricorn Taurus is Taurus, she's best comp to Quakelin, and she can do a lot of damage. And in that situation, if your ninja has a high enough brave, you can end this fight about 6 to 10 seconds quicker by saving a spell. But you have to have a... it's kind of luck-based, but it's kind of nice when it does happen. It's 50-50 if you get a Taurus. dealing with double neutrals today, so it's going to be Ramu and Bolt. If you have double bad comps, then you're going to want to... You have like an Aquarius and a Capricorn, you're going to want to do double Ramu in this fight, but Bolt is always quicker than Ramu. And there goes Quaker. 393 HP, but casually, sometimes Quakeling can be a pain in the butt. But by far the easiest Zodiac boss to deal with in the speedrun. Once you manipulate him to punch Ramza, and you get rid of the possibility of a bio attack. Or the more dangerous spell, which can do sleep. You don't want him casting sleep. That was a very bad chapter 2, because I was basically flat relative to PB, and I lost 6 minutes during the chapter. So, it's been a very long time since I had a chapter 2 that bad. I'd expect to lose like 2 or 3, not 6, so just shows the variability of some of the speedruns in chapter 2. But it's a decent run. So far. And we're gonna see a 2-minute cutscene after this. Well, the other question is, how would you structure the grinding differently as well? I mean, would you just continue to make chapter 1 longer, or would you take advantage of some of the changes in battles to subsequent battles for more grinding? Also, who wouldn't relish the chance to kill Elgus one more time? Thank you, War of the Lions version. Making everybody's dream come true. Another chance to kill Elgus. Shoutouts to Big Tide. Yeah, never-ending sluice fight. I think a lot of speedrunners though would relish the opportunity to not do the sluice, which is a completely random fight. Whereas you can route Elgus. All right, time to go shopping again. Up here. Alright, time to set Ramza back up again. The reason we emptied off Ramza was to manipulate Quakelin into attacking him. Quakelin likes to kill things, so gave him a nice juicy target. Short charge gauntlet. So the thieves in this fight are an interesting obstacle. Estadio is in this fight. He's mainly a cleanup slash fixed charm person. If Estadio gets charmed, there is the possibility Estadio will turn around and cast Don't Act on you with his gun. And his preferred target seems to be your ninja. And if you lose your ninja in this fight, it's not really a big deal. However, if he casts Don't Act somewhere else, well, I haven't tested that yet. But in all of the times I've tested Mystadio getting charmed, Mystadio always went after your ninja. Good luck, Charm. Scare away the thinking mediator. Alright, we didn't get... It worked. We didn't get thinking mediator. Oh, right. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Go here under that situation. Sometimes that mediator can sit there and think for 15, 20 seconds or more. It's really tragic when it happens. Really don't want to see that happening. Because it's just time you're losing and you don't get that back. So Ramza is going to go to the back, and I'm going to curse myself for teleporting one panel short, so we're just going to do that instead. And so we're going to have two thieves surviving in the back because of a minor mistake of teleporting one panel short of where I should have gone. ideally I'd want to drop a Ramu and injure those back thieves, but unfortunately, yeah, I misplotted the units. Let's see what Olin's going to do. He's going to use his book. Watch the fight. Let's see what happens. You know what? I don't remember what the damage was on her, so I'm just gonna... Oh, she caught it. 8. Let's just wait, I guess. Yeah, nice catch. That's what happens when you don't pay attention to reaction abilities. A lot of the enemies in this game will actually have catch. It's surprisingly common. It's only 200 JP, and it comes up a lot. Let's see if we can drop a Ramu now. And I bet you're named Laura. Alright, Laura, do your worst. And that's one of the bad ways this fight can go, but it can go really quickly or it can go really slowly, but this one is entirely lotto. It's based on where the thieves go. I mean, there's just so many factors that dictate how this fight goes. You can only run formulas and figure out, you know, what to do under this circumstances. Although throwing a ball and having it get caught was also a fortunate mistake. Because catch overrides concentrate. Concentrate works on pretty much any reaction ability, with the notable exception of like Blade Grasp, probably Himido, and Catch. Throw damage is, yes, affected by speed, and there is no way to enhance throw damage. It's just straight up speed times weapon power. Alright, so the next fight is... we're going to get a nice rude introduction to the world of White Robes. White Robes have elemental damage from lightning, fire, and ice. And Zalamo, the Heresy Examiner, has a lightning or a white robe, and that's the reason why we buy water balls in this route rather than lightning balls, because water balls are slightly slower than lightning. Water balls are slightly slower in animation than lightning balls, but buying two different sets of balls, water balls and lightning balls, is just pointless because the speed difference is very negligible. But water balls are not halved elementally like lightning balls. So we have to put a little extra damage in there for him. That's my favorite menu in the game just because of how easy it is to do. Because everything you need is straight up on top, so it's boom, boom. Just boom, 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 boom. This is also going to be one of the first instances in the run where we cast a spell on our own character and use one of our own characters to redirect the spell to an enemy. Because as it stands right now, the enemies are rather far away from us, but because Ramza has 8 speed like our allies, we can cast a spell on Ramza. Ramza will get a turn before Zalamo, and Ramza can teleport right down in front of Zalamo's face and deliver a nice little present in the form of 2 Ramus. Rams is mainly a squire in this fight for the speed point. You could also get that speed point as a priest, but I need Ramza to be a squire for a following fight for better equipment options. So I just changed Ramza to a squire here because it's more convenient. And last piece of damage is to throw a water ball at Zalamo. Water ball, not a Phoenix down, not a potion. And our ninja has good compatibility with Zalamo, so that's why I did 80 this time rather than 64. Although because our ninja hit level 11, I'm probably going to have to check his speed stat, but it should be still speed 8 because I didn't get that 3rd thief level up, but we'll see. Because your ninja can get the speed point at level 11 or level 12. Generally, I prefer it to be level 11 because it's more convenient, but it works either way. Come on, Ramza, don't be a dick. Let Alma join. We need Alma's red shoes. We need those red shoes. Those red shoes are a very important item to multiple speedruns. And that's random battle number 3. game has been nice to me so far. Normally it gives me like a whole bunch of randoms in a row, rather than just singles. Ha, 15 gil left, routing. Alright, so now we gotta beef up Ramza a little bit. We gotta make sure he's powerful enough to survive a... Right. Did the menu early. Or I tried to do the menu early. Characters, when they leave your party, they give you all of their equipment, just so graciously. That's why I couldn't finish the menu, because Alma hadn't left the party yet, even though she's only a guest character. Ideally, you want to do the menu after the menu that I started doing after Alma leaves, because it removes the equipment and it brings the menu up for you, so you don't have to like do the inputs for that. Spoiler alert, Alma does not throw the Holy Stone into the ocean. Finishing the menu where I left off. AS. Triangle hand. You can do this next fight in a way where you attack the enemies before they get turns, but specifically in this fight, that strategy kind of breaks down really significantly, and it's hard to rationalize doing it. It kind of works, it kind of doesn't. I mean, it's kind of like you can do this fight either way. You can do it with short charge, or you can do it without short charge. I've decided to do it without short charge and just go for more power with the summons that I'm using. That has a slight consequence of units getting turns, but they really can't do that much with the turns that they get. It's mainly a chance to wound Ramza and possibly kill Mustadio. Ramza has more than enough HP under most circumstances. This is also one of the few fights that are dictated, strategy is dictated by what that time mage is going to cast. So the time mage casted haste upstairs, so I'm going to use what I call the slow strat, and we're also going to intercept the haste spell for ourselves as well. Okay. Now I'm going to move forward. And now I'm going to cast an Odin on this height 9 panel. Wow. Both of the Lancers upstairs are dead, so I actually can use the fast strat? That's actually amazing. Oh, right. I practiced that the other day. So the fast strat would be typically Ramza casting an Odin and the other priest casting an Odin, but because a hasted enemy is going to outspeed Ramza's Odin, I'm going to use a Ramu instead. So I'm going to put Ramza here to block the Time Mage movement. And now hit him. Yes. Ah, worst comp. Hooray. Calculatable summons in a randomizer. It's always an option. Smart Aleck Time Mage. Well, she can't do anything. She's out of MP. That's a typical outcome after she casts an Odin. She's usually about 2 MP short of being able to do something. I could put the Chameleon Robe on. Ramza should be out of MP at this point. So we're going to use the sword that we have. Yeah, this is a... This fight is not turning out very well, let's put it that way. It is... Just get rid of that guy. Because that guy has high potion. And... Staff whacks aren't going to do very much damage. This fight is like the bane of the existence of this speedrun. It is just a complete disaster. It can go well and or have this. We're gonna do a YOLO teleport. And it landed nice. Get out of here with my pride intact. I got bought. Ideally, you want to have people going after each set of Time Mages, and they get knocked down really quickly, but things just didn't work out there very well. It's a rough fight. There's no other way of explaining it. It's a rough fight. No. Scroll the notes. Scroll the notes. Here we go. There's the correct spot. Now we're going to speed our units back up again. Alright, so we haven't leveled up yet. But... surprised I didn't change that in my notes. Practically max damage on, or max H. It's practically max HP on Islud there. His max is 342. He has 341. What just happened? What just? What? Just. I forgot to speed my ninja up. Wow. So now we get to watch all these units move. Typically what would happen is I would have sped my ninja up to speed 8, and he would have gotten a turn, and he would have attacked Islud, and that would have redirected the... and that would have redirected the Ramu spell to Islu. And the game almost felt sorry for me by giving me enough critical hits to make it work. I'm just gonna do some YOLO crap to get out of the fight, and it worked. Normally you shouldn't be able to go that far with a teleport, but mistakes were made, and we just did some on-the-fly improv. Otherwise, the next move would have probably involved Islude breaking stuff, and that could have been a disaster. Alright. Alright, let's get my ninja back to speed 8. Need to be speed 8 for all of these battles now, after the first one. Right, this is possibly the second introduction to a white robe. If Ygraph has it, you're in for a big time loss. If he has a lot of HP, you are in for a big time loss. But otherwise, should be able to usually walk out of this fight and get rid of him if he has less than 335 HP without a big, slow, drawn-out fight. Alright, what's it gonna be? What is it going to be? 320 HP, so no white robe. If he has between roughly 335 and 345 HP, then he has a white robe on. But he's probably packing like a wizard robe or some armor. And once again, our ninja. This time our ninja will not survive the counter because Ygraph is packing 2 hands, and that will just wreck him like nobody's business. And it's been for the purpose of the speed run, I do not have the ninja's action counting for JP or experience routing. Although I was slightly ahead on actions on the ninja coming in here, so missing the action at Islude is not a problem. Or, no, I got the action. I don't really need the actions on the priests. That's just... I'm just a priest just for speed points. Older routing, however, we did use some oracle skills, and that was rather interesting routing. Fortunately, there were aspects of it that were slow, and Ninja completely replaced that. Now that I'm making everybody's dogs bark across the world with this cutscene. Hooray! The emulator doesn't do the best job putting the text boxes up. sorry, Ramsey, your sister is now in another castle. I'm sorry, Ramsey, your sister is now in yet another castle. That's the story of the rest of this game. I'm sorry, Ramsey, you need to go to yet another castle. Wait. So now we're going to set up for a couple of propositions to essentially finish off the grinding, and then we're basically going to be done learning stuff for the remainder of the game. These upcoming propositions are the best propositions in the speedrun, possibly even the game. Each one gives your characters 155 JP. It's rather difficult to find ways in the game where you can make 155 JP faster than a proposition. So that's why I'm going to do 2 or 3 propositions. Ideally, I would do 2 if I got good chemist JP on the ninja, but if I need to do a third one, I will do a third proposition, because doing 3 propositions under the current routing is faster than trying to drag out a fight and getting extra chemist actions, and doing the menuing to make a unit a chemist and then making the unit back into a ninja. So I just simplify things and do another proposition. Plus, as a side effect of doing another proposition, then I get 21,000 gil as well, which I use to make this routing work. You actually need all of the money from these propositions. If you don't do 3 propositions, you have to start selling 21,000 worth of crap to make up the difference on the money. Wow, what an incredible find! You're an adventurer! Hooray! Now we gotta change him into a time mage. Reason why we don't have to do wizard is because you get more than 100 wizard spillover from the course of the game on the ninja character. Alright, one more proposition. And we're back to playing the game. Right, back to the bar. Oh, we got the crystal tower this time. Hey. We are going to be using these weapons for a while. Getting Bolt 2 on Ramza for exactly one fight. And CT to learn Demi. Magic attack up. Right, AS. Going to learn Ice and Ice 2 for exactly one fight. Right. Time Mage, Demi, and set magic attack up. LA, we're going to learn Time Mage. We'll actually learn Teleport on this unit. And we're going to get Hammer. Because throwing Flame Whips are fun. It's fun to throw them. When you occasionally. Okay, so set. Alright, time to do the equipment. Yes. CT. Choose Ramza. Gauntlet. Step. Speed 8. Power Sleeve. That's it. Right. Basically, learned a couple of spells on a few units. Demi, because we're going to use that on bosses. We're going to... The Bolt 2 on Ramza is used in exactly one fight, Velius. And Ice 1 and Ice 2 is for this fight, and only if Rubber Shoes Chemist, as he's been known as, the one in the back, if he survives an Odin spell, we will have plenty of options to deal with him. The ninja can attack him, the ninja can throw a water ball at him, which is water elemental, not ice elemental, or my wizard can cast an ice spell on him, because lightning will not work. As for optional characters, no. Well, it depends on what you mean by optional, because I will use Orlandu. have a lot of extra power in this fight, so there's actually a unit in this fight that is specifically in here in case something does not go according to plan. Like, if Ramza ends up dead, I'm going to use that unit. If that happens, I'm going to use that unit instead. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've actually seen Ramza die, so I'm going to actually have to watch my time mage actions a little closer. So Ramza's going to miss a time mage action. There isn't a combination of with Ramza and this ninja where this thief will survive. It's pretty much designed so that thief will never get a turn. But pretty smooth fight even though Ramza died. Ramza's actually supposed to cast a Ramu, but the I went to backup strat with the wizard. Nellie's also used in this routing, but she's used in the exact same way Agrius is for equipment, for her white robe, or excuse me, light robe, and her Save the Queen sword. She's useful and more useful in the No-Math route though. For more than just equipment, she can break stuff and that's rather nice. Most notably breaking stuff on Zolbag. Light robe, yes, it is used in one fight. It gives one unit enough HP to survive Ultima physically attacking her and enough MP to cast Demi 3 times. Guaranteed. But otherwise, yeah, the light robe is not exactly the best item in the game. It's kind of expensive and just has a lot of MP, no stats on it. Safety save before this fight because Rafa can still troll you. Unfortunately. Well, I would rather have Lightning Stab or land you. That's more hype than a crit. Crit just happens once. Lightning Stab or land you happens every fight that he's in. And if you get that 1 in 12, roughly 1 in 12, 1 in 10 chance of getting Lightning Stab or land you in this speed run, that can save a significant amount of time in one fight in particular, but I would say overall it probably saves 45 seconds. Hit ninjas. Play the game. Oh, I have 9-speed ninja? Okay. So I get to use fast strats anyway. Okay. Ninja automatically gets a speed point at level 12. I have the equipment set up for this so that if I get the speed point, great. If not, whatever. But getting the speed point is rather nice. It's like a 10-second time saver because one of the summoners will cast a summon on me, and having the ninja be able to attack her mid-charge does a nice charging bonus, and she dies, and you save 15 seconds from not having to watch that summon go off. Although I'm probably going to lose all that time with Rafa and Malek's spells. And now we're just going to watch Ramu's go off. Again. Very rarely do units survive this. There's a lot of damage coming from Ramza as a time mage, and your wizard as a, well, wizard. With magic attack up. Get wrecked. And Odin to clean up. The last last summoner. This Odin goes off no matter what, because if I wasn't able to attack the summoner to stop the charge, the Odin would still kill her. So it's a rather effective strategy. Again, same strategy throughout the game. Bait the units to a specific formation and drop an Odin, drop a Ramu, drop a Ramu. Use the ninja strategically for cleanup or to stop spells from resolving. Malek, what? It's Exploding Frog Malek. I don't know, Speed Gaming 1 is too mainstream for me. I'm comfortable on Speed Gaming 3. Kappa. Another menu. We now have the all-important sprint shoes item. Allows a change in tactics to occur. Alright, let's try that again, this time correct. Fast. Add red shoes. Red shoes OP. Alright, LA 8 speed. Slow him down. So the time mages in this fight are rather quick. I think they're 8 speed, whereas wizards are 7 speed, and the ghosts are 6 speed. So you're dealing with a conflict in the speed of the fight, and that you have to kind of work that a little bit. And we got Time Mage that is not going to behave this time. A Time Mage has a couple of options. Once in a while she'll cast Slow on me, and that time it looks like she's casting a Haste 2. So ordinarily I would walk up to her and throw a Phoenix down at her, but since she's packing a white robe, I can't kill her with a flame robe or a flame whip, so instead I will throw a flame whip at one of her friends. And almost always that will kill the enemy it hits. I prefer to go after the green one because that's the fastest one. Sometimes these ghosts do nothing. It all really depends on how much damage the spells that the wizards are casting will do. Ideally, you would want the wizard that's charging on Ramza to be able to kill him. So that way the ghost does nothing, but unfortunately, you can't have everything you want. So we kind of got lucky here. I think. Wait, doesn't really matter. No, normal situation. That Time Mage will always get a turn before the Odin goes off, so I think the fact that the Haste only hit the summoner with the Time Mage is not a big deal. Nice damage. 411 on that wizard. Sometimes that wizard is a pain in the butt to kill because low faith. If he's critical, he ends up just running away, and there's really nothing nearby that can kill him. So you kind of have to be diligent with your cleanup and know how the CT works for that fight. Who gets a turn when? Can we work together? Baratin just getting right to the point. Well, look, I've got your little holy crystals, and that's what you're looking for. Why can't we work together? Why can't we get to work together? I know, I've gotten disappearing Baratin so many times lately, and now when I've got the big audience, no disappearing Baratin? Come on. I even had it in practice yesterday, and I had the long disappearing Baratin too. Oh well. This is one of my favorite fights of the new reroute that I did. Mainly because it one-rounds you can one-round the fight. Usually you don't, but you can. It's fine. I don't need to save. It's fine. Next menu, though, I should save. Because if you do that one wrong, you are dead. You are dead. There is no surviving it. Yeah, everything else is set already. What did you get in the last marathon? Disappearing Baratin? Or bad Ryavane's castle. Yeah, I was actually trying to. Oh well. It makes no difference. So ideally, Ramza should be able to take out the Knights with an Odin spell, and the Wizard will take out the Archers with an Odin spell, and the Ninja Wizard will take out the other Knight. Estadio did his job of getting rid of Rafa, who takes her brother with her once she is at critical status. And it's just convenient getting rid of both Rafa and her brother. Mainly because Malik has a different speed than everybody else too. Because I believe he's 8 speed and Rafa is 6, and Stadio is going to be 9 if I recall correctly, but now I'm just buffing it. Alright, so we're going to redirect a Ramu from our ninja to the knight. So the combination of the knight and, or excuse me, the combination of the Ramu and the 2 swords will get rid of the knight. That was a pretty hype critical hit there. Wasn't paying attention to the thief, so I will just do a preemptive musty gunshot to push the guy over the top, and that was probably the correct decision to make, considering the Ramu only, or the Odin only did 241 damage. The long-fabled perfect fight that I've been looking for a very long time just got it. Thank you, game. It's been I've been trying to get a perfect fight here for a very long time, and it finally happened. That's exactly what it should look like. Odin takes care of the 2 enemies, and the archers go on top, and the other knight goes. Otherwise, you go into recovery mode. The idea is to get rid of the floating knight to make sure you have a nice place to hide from all of the damage that will be dealt by those knights if they get a chance to hurt you. That was a gold split by 30 seconds, by the way. So that was pretty nice. Alright, so we're putting a Thunder Rod and a Chameleon Robe on Ramza to boost his damage. The Chameleon to absorb, quote, absorb the Holy Sword attack from Y-Graph, and the Thunder Rod to boost Ramu. Here are Battle Boots. Alright, Battle Boots, Power Wrist, Twisted Headband. Can't. And so basically Ramza is going to take out Y-Graph the same way we ended Chapter 1 with a single Ramu. What am I doing? No, that is not correct. This is, however, is correct. My actual PB is actually like 14 seconds less than what it says on the leaderboard. It's just I never submitted that run because A, the VOD was missing pieces, and B, Twitch kept dropping and it would have been in 3 pieces, and I didn't really feel like making the mods review a run that was A, incomplete, and B, only like 14 or 18 seconds better. But yeah, 5:51 is about my PB run. I'm about 7 minutes behind that right now, but that is entirely because of a bad Chapter 2. So the glitchless speedrun is the only speedrun where you have Ramza not move during his turn. And the reason for that is to reserve CT for the next round. In the other speedruns, it's mainly to position Ramza. You move him, and it also aligns the CT for an ideal situation for that particular speedrun. Which is kind of an important thing to remember when you know all of the speedruns for this one. You gotta remember you gotta remember when to have Ramza move, because if you have Ramza move and he doesn't need to move, CT is also going to be messed up. Okay. Didn't need to do that, but I'll take it. The idea is to make sure Ramza is in critical condition or dead, in this case dead, and that causes Velius to cast a Clops or a Titan spell, and that allows at a specific position, and that allows us to play some games, mainly the Reflected Demi game. And this battle has a glitch in it where status effects of your characters are cleared at the start of the battle when they're positioned on the battlefield, and thus you couldn't just put on a Reflect Ring because they would just not have the Reflect status. So you actually have to use equipment change to put the Reflect Ring on to get the Reflect status. You could, however, cast the Reflect spell, but that would change the speedrun in such a way where that makes it infeasible. It's just easier to buy a Reflect Ring. And that's the fight. I'm actually surprised I was able to get that explanation in where the fight ended, because there's a lot of nuance to this fight, and not a lot of time to explain it. Not very many people can say they didn't have problems with this fight at least once. Well, another interesting detail about the fight is Velius has innate, cannot enter water, but that status is completely useless because he has a really high jump stat and a really high movement stat. So all of the water panels he can just jump over. He's got this status and you can't even exploit it. You can't exploit it casually and you cannot exploit it in a speedrun. If a unit is in the spell as it's being casted, it actually gets the effect of casting the reflect spell on the target twice if you line up where the reflect is going. I suppose I didn't really explain that very well. So that's why there were 2 demis casted on Velius. Unlike other Final Fantasies, Demi actually works on bosses. If you couldn't use Demi on bosses, the strategies would be drastically different. You'd probably have to use... You would probably actually have to use 2 ninjas, and you'd probably have to get wholly on 2 units, or something. And that's another important distinction. Yeah, Demi works off max HP rather than current HP like Final Fantasy VIII is one example that sticks out in my head. Well, I mean, how else would you do a lot of damage? 2 ninjas and 2 holy units, I mean, seems like the best way to work it. I mean, depending on the situation. Hooray for counter tickle. And many of these assassination missions, you don't actually have to kill them. It usually just works out that way that they end up dead. In this case, it's 90, 80% depending. So that's why they're not usually dead when the battle is over. Really? He lives a normal life? I mean, that was like a 90-foot fall. Unless the gravity in Ivalice is different. I mean, it's like 5 seconds before you, or 3 seconds before you hear a scream, and that's a 90-foot fall. Wow. But I will question it. I mean, yeah, there's that one guy who survives falling out of an airplane, but Barton isn't that guy. By far the longest set of cutscenes in the entire game, and unfortunately the game decides to make you do one input every like 40 seconds. Thanks, game. I could have had a 3-minute break, but instead, nope, let's throw one input in there and then one input in there. And it wouldn't be a new chapter unless, of course, we saw our brave hero, Orlando. Now it's time for another shopping trip. Buy some angel rings and one morning star. And I'm short money, wow. Interesting. It's rather strange. I thought I routed that better, but whatever. Not gonna complain. Right, CT to wizard. Like, I saw them. Where did my Germanus boots go? Where are they? Alright, anyway. Short charge. And CT summon magic. And magic attack up. It's better to save twice on that one because the odds of making both of them at once are not that good. So, save twice. Basically, continuation. The Lancers and the Knights generally are going to move forward at me, and I'm going to cast an Odin spell on them. The main variable in this fight is whether or not right Lancer jumps up or stays down. And I really haven't figured out what dictates the movement for that, but we just work with it. There's a couple of different ways to do it. I just cast an Odin spell that hits the Lancer, and there's another route where you just cast Death on your ninja, and because the ninja's marked for death, the Lancer behaves. Although I think in this fight right now, because they are casting on the ninja, that's probably enough to kill him, so the Lancer's going to stay down, like he just did. So it looks like I'm going to see a rare good fight here. Odin is no longer powerful enough to take care of everything by itself, so we're just gonna give it a little help from a magic attack up Ramu. And since that wizard is threatening me, I will threaten the wizard right back. Units have an interesting, usually what happens is the units tend to, that back wizard tends to not go after Musty that often, but, oh, that looks stupid, but whatever. I'm not used to Musty getting a turn there because typically what happens is Musty dies, but this is the rare time that Musty actually survived. And I shot and whiffed. But all in all, a decent fight. I'm gonna put a save here because I recently encountered some oddities with this fight. We in the community believe we have a solution to it, but I haven't quite tested the solution on my routing, so I'm just going for marathon purposes, just gonna throw in a safety save in the unlikely event that it happens. And the unlikely event is either Melly having move +1 and breaking stuff. That's not Melly breaking stuff isn't the problem. The problem is if I miss the 90% teleport. And ideally what I'd want to do is put an angel ring on the ninja, but I want to check how that's going to affect certain things down the road. And there's like 2 fights I want to look at that for. And then the other thing is to just put Germanus boots on Mustadio so Mustadio could jump up on the roof and shoot Melly instead. But today I'm just going to go with this stopgap strat. And we're back to hitting our own units for JP with Ramza until I get Haste and Demi unlocked with Ramza. You only need to get Melly down to 15% HP in this fight. I probably didn't need Mustadio, but I wasn't paying attention to what my units were. There's only one situation where you really need Mustadio, and that's if your Capricorn Taurus unit is actually a Capricorn rather than a Taurus, and if your ninja is in Aries, if I recall correctly. Funny, I deleted that from my notes. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to replace that line because I did some new routing on this battle, and apparently I need to put some lines back in. This is one of those battles that if you do in like a randomizer or casually, if you get your level rather high, it could end up being difficult. Either that or it's a great opportunity for poaching. Either way, this battle also has a bit of variability in the speedrun, mainly whether or not one of these chocobos decides to get in my face. If they get in my face, I have a strategy to deal with that. And that strategy is to throw a Morning Star in their face. If there was money available, Samurai would be the strategy for Glitchless. There is no question about it. But I really don't think the funds are available, so that's why I really haven't routed that. Some have speculated that it is possible. Oh, look at that. The little birdie decided to be a smart aleck. Well, why don't you say hello to my little friend? That only works on neutral comp red birds or neutral comp yellow birds or bad comp yellow birds with less than 96 HP. So that's kind of a 2 in 3 probability that I was able to one round this fight. Otherwise, that would have been about a half a minute to a minute time loss because that red bird deviated from the normal movement pattern. Well, there is only, as for the fight, I mean, every single one of them can be a red bird except for the front one, which is a pig or a yellow one, and the side one's the only one that can be the black chocobo. I prefer getting the black choco because then you can use Bolt 2 in that battle, which is quicker. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen every day. Plus the black choco doesn't get a turn, so that's another reason why it's quicker. Yeah, dying quickly to red chocos, that's definitely a thing. Red chocos are very quick and they have a lot of HP. Not only that, the Choco Meteor is unevadable. Which makes it a nice spell in a randomizer. One is Chocobo percent, so in other words, black Choco strats at the sluice as well. Yes, it's our last meeting with our friend Delita. This battle would be so much easier if Delita would actually act like a friend. He will not attack Zalamo, even though at the introduction to the battle, he said, "Let's kill Zalamo." Because if Delita would just walk up and use Stasis Sword, it would save a lot of time. You wouldn't have to do this summon, for example. The battle would be over because Delita would get his turn before Zalamo does. But of course, it's not meant to be. Yep, PS1. Now it's time for the last reasonably difficult battle for routing for a reasonable amount of time, actually, because most of them after this one are really simple for routing purposes. Bulk has magic defense up and defense up. He might not have magic defense up, but needless to say, Bulk is one of the more competent Shrine Knights, and as such, he's not a pushover. Well, since I saved, might as well go to the next dot and then do the menu. Hooray for random battles. This was like one of 3 battles where Ramsey used short charge, and when I got rid of short charge, I had to make a few sacrifices, and unfortunately I had to like lose like 9 or 10 seconds in this fight. So previously what you would do is you would just short charge Ramu him a bunch of times. But Ramsey doesn't have that short charge anymore, so things had to be adjusted. Fortunately, in the process of making the Ramus stronger, what ended up happening is I reduced the amount of Ramus by 1. So instead of losing a whole bunch of time from the units moving, I only lose a little bit of time from the units moving. Mainly because of fewer spells being casted. Spill it. Alright, Bulk, what's it gonna be? Ice 1, Ice 2, or Ice 3? Just Ice 1. Basically another ninja attack, and a musty gunshot, and 2 Ramus. You have to throw everything you have at Bulk. Alright, Ninja is marked for death, so we're going to see some interesting behavior in this fight. Fortunately, a very chaotic thing didn't happen. And of course, Bulk also only runs away after his HP hits 0, whereas a lot of the other Shrine Knights run away at critical. Chickens. Come back and fight! Right, so I actually like this next fight. It's got a unique strategy to it. One of the things you do is you end up trapping a monk, and trapping the monk for the next fight is very, very useful, because that monk has a lot of JP, and it's scattered in many classes, and the biggest thing that monk can do is cast Earth Slash, and if it does an Earth Slash, you're going to be out a lot of HP on many units. But since we trap that unit now, that monk really can't do anything, so he's just stuck in the corner. It's a rather unique strategy. I love it. The only thing I really don't like about this fight is the fact that Ramza starts in a set position. So no matter where you put him, he shows up in the exact same spot. And the reason why I don't like it is because you don't really gain an advantage by the position he's sitting in. In many of the other fights, when he's positioned somewhere, you can usually gain an advantage from it. Nice critical hit. And that's what I mean by trapping the monk. That monk now cannot do anything because the ninja just stopped his movement. And even if that monk could kill the ninja, for some reason, because he has an angel ring on, the monk just stays in that corner anyway. Get wrecked by counter. I like counter. It doesn't really do very much. It's more or less like a bad RNG equalizer. If the game wants to throw something at you, sometimes counter can correct it. Or in other battles, if somebody does something funny, you can get a nice time save out of it. Oh crap, went to the wrong panel. Whatever. Get lucky. Yes. Get lucky. If that archer moves to that panel, I'm supposed to move the wizard one panel farther forward. But yeah, that was a small mistake. But everything else in this fight is actually turning out rather well. And in this case, I didn't get punished. Just down to an archer. This is a really good fight. Till that archer decided to be a smart aleck. I was really hoping the archer was going to move forward, because then you could throw a water ball at him, and that can save a lot of time, because that's usually enough to, between Ramza Ramuing and the ninja throwing a water ball, that's usually enough to kill him. Probably enough, but all in all, a good fight anyway. This one's always a 2-round fight. Picking off this archer is a bit of RNG every time. Oh, cute. Who's a good little archer? Okay. You better die very quickly, or the Stadio will crystallize, and I won't be very happy about that. Uh-oh. Alright, we should be good. The only thing that's going to happen is I'm going to lose a crap load of time. That I could have saved, actually. It was a really good fight until Speed Save Archer happened. The only reason that Archer actually survived is because Speed Save kicked in and accelerated the Archer's speed. It had just enough time because my spell would have won the tiebreaker, and because it got the extra point, my spell was no longer tied, the archer was ahead of it. It was a good start, but tragic ending. But what of the ghost chocobos? What about the ghost chocobos? This next fight is pure RNG. There's an 80% chance that I will make it, and a 20% chance I lose 3 minutes. And if you're actually trying to get a PB, that pretty much kills it right at this point, if you've got a decent time. If you miss this 20%. And there really isn't a good way to work that 20% probability out. You kind of just have to deal with it right now. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about PB today, because Chapter 2 happened. Although, depending on how this turns out, I will say it's probably going to end up being at least 15-20 minutes ahead of estimate, but kind of want to buffer in a bit of extra time, because there are a lot of places you can lose 2 or 3 minutes, and I would rather buffer a little extra time, so yeah, it might actually be about 25 minutes ahead of estimate at this point. We'll see, depending on how many times this takes. And the way this fight works is, when there's only one unit left, the Switch Knights leave the Switch. So that is why I unequipped the priest right away. So first I had to have her be fast enough so she could go to a specific spot so the archer could shoot at her. Then the next step is to unequip her so that way, you know, she falls over in one hit. And then everybody exits the switch accordingly. There's actually 2 pieces of RNG in this fight. The first one is whether or not you make that 80% teleport, and the second piece of RNG is whether or not you make the 93% haste. And both of the, if one or the other misses, you have a bad time here, and it's just quicker to reset the fight than to try and recover, because you're gonna fall over really quickly anyway. And we made the tell, and we finished the sluice. Hooray. I'm actually reasonably convinced that the FFT odds are, for the most part, accurate, though. It's just there's so many different instances where you use a probability in the game that you're going to miss a 99. But it is also, yeah, like Sloa says, a joke that we use, that 93% equals 0, because if you do it enough times, it will miss, and it will miss at the most inopportune moment. So that's why we tend to avoid probabilities that are less than 96, 97%. Wow, level 16 Orlando. It's a bit on the high side, but I've seen it as low as 15, as high as 17, but that was a high 16 if I was paying close enough attention. But it's fine because Orlando's level is largely irrelevant. He doesn't get any useful stat points that we can use. He gets a PA point at level 22, and he gets a speed point at level 23. Speed point at level 23 actually wastes time in a lot of fights, but fortunately, even at level 16, Orlando is very unlikely to hit level 23, even at Ultima. And yeah, the level is based upon Ramza's level 1/8 plus or minus. It's either Ramza's or highest level unit by 1/8. But Ramza and the ninja at this point are going to be about the same level. So functionally it would be Ramza's level. Last major cutscene of the speedrun though. 55 seconds. After the big tide. Alright, quick shopping trip. We're going to buy a rune blade and a flame shield. Wherever it is. There it is. Buying the rune blade for two reasons. One, it's a nice sword, and Ramza can use it in 1 or 2 fights. And two, it has +2 MA. And it basically gives Ramza the equivalent of having a wizard rod. So for the remainder of the game, Ramza will be a Squire. Squire on Ramza has slightly higher MA than typical units, but it's not the highest. But it's also high enough where he can do substantial damage. As for the rune blade, as far as I know, you can't buy that at Zarjola's, but you can buy the flame shield. But since I'm already buying the rune blade, it's quicker to just buy the flame shield with the rune blade. Twisted and a black costume. Got enough money, so I'm going to buy 2 black costumes. And she's going to go back to wizard. I'm going to put a barrette on her because that prevents the unit from being charmed. CT, wizard robe. These ninjas can pack a lot of JP, so you gotta be cautious of the charm. You don't want a summoner getting charmed in this fight. Alright. Chat. Moonblade, flash hat, and a black costume. Spell. Flash. Flame. I'm gonna put a save there. I don't think this fight can blow up in my face, but why not? Throw a save in. Yeah, and unfortunately, I didn't buy the flower, so I can't get Cloud anymore. I wanted to buy the flower, but I was mashing too fast. Didn't stop at the right spot. Usually I just buy the flower just because. Part of the reason why I put the Rune Blade on Ramza for this fight in particular is because the two archers have 80 faith, and even at Ramza's weak condition at 12 MA, he still usually kills those archers. And by kill those archers, I mean he really kills those archers. Alright, moment of truth. Do we get awesome Orlandu? Oh! No way! We did! We got Lightning Stab Orlandu! That's like a 1 in 10, 1 in 12 chance. Natural Lightning Stab Orlandu. That is a big time save. I only use Agrius for her weapon and her diamond armlet. That's why I don't keep her. And also she would take up a unit slot. I have to menu around her, so it's easier just to toss her. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna yell at Orlandu, because I need an action. Just wait. Yeah, I need an action, but part of the strat behind this battle is I put that ninja there for two reasons. One, because I put the ninja there for two reasons. One, to stop the archer from going forward and blocking my wizard from actually being able to cast Odin from this position. And the second reason is to give the ninja a nice position to attack this archer. It's great. All you gotta do is add an extra speed point on him, and this guy goes down really quickly. A rare Odin survivor. That's unusual. It really is, because like I said, those two archers have 80 faith. YOLO teleport. Nope, 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 can't do it. Oh well. Now I gotta wait for the ninja to get a turn, or Orlandu. Alright. Respectable fight. The end could have been a little better, but it is what it is. Having natural lightning stab Orlandu is a nice bonus. That is unbelievable. I've actually had natural lightning stab Orlandu 3 times in a row, because I've done 2 offline practices. That is unbelievable. I kind of figured I kind of jinxed it when I got it yesterday in practice. But nope, got natural lightning stab Orlandu. So it's off to the races. Mainly it's faster in one fight, but there's a couple other spots that are advantageous as well, like this one. kind of unfortunate, but there's really only one fight where you can write strats for Natural Lightning Stab or Orlandu, and that's coming up. But it definitely helps in this one, because if these archers pair up, or the Oracle and the Archer pair up, that's a nice time save. Otherwise, it's just nice for extra power. So ideally, again, undead enemies, so we're going to be throwing Phoenix Downs. Fastest way to deal with these enemies. Whereas in No Math, you would be able to use like samurai skills on AoE for this instead, and that's definitely quicker. But since we don't have that, we go to the next best thing, Phoenix Downs. Once in a while, these archers do kill my magicians who drop Phoenix Downs, but it's not really a big deal because you got plenty of other options as a backup. And usually what happens after they kill your units is they start teleporting to the middle, which makes it even easier to clean them up. So nice of that Oracle to just go to the nice easy spot for Ramza to take him out. And one more Phoenix down, and the fight is over. We're gonna get a little cutscene, and this is where Zolbeg starts to realize, hey, wait a minute, that little Ramza brat was actually right. The big reveal is Rolfel tells Daisadar, I hear you know something about poisons, and did you know that moss fungus grows out of dead bodies? And Zolbeg's like, hey, wait a minute, there's mushrooms that grow on Dad's grave. What's going on here? Call the chemist. Try again. Germanus boots on Orlandu. I really wish I could figure out a way to have the unit numbers differently for this fight, so that Mustadio wasn't where he is, because he's always in the way. He's always in the way. Yeah, but CT being 2 and 3 and AS being 2 and 3, woo, so much better. Right, so same strategy again, throw a water ball, because Orlandu's Stasis Sword won't quite be enough to trigger the battle condition, so we throw a water ball to bring the damage over the top. Although in this case it will probably kill her, as yes, it did kill her. There's actually 3 times you can learn Ultima. Possibly even 4, if you count the last battle. You can bait one of the Ultima demons into casting it on you at Zolbag. And then, of course, there's here and then the next fight. And speaking of Ultima, that is actually a viable backup strat. There have been a few times where I have accidentally not cast Stasis Sword on the right panel, and a unit didn't end up dying that should have died. And what happens is the 2 assassins usually cast Ultima on Ramza, and when Ramza gets a turn, Ramza can redirect the Ultima to the assassin, and both of the Ultimas will end up killing the assassin. Nice backup strat. We're setting Ramza up so he has a bit of extra magic power. We're speeding up Orlandu so that way he can charge at the enemies before they get their turns. And we're giving our ninja a little more power so he can do just a little more damage to Elmador. And also slow him down slightly. We're using Angel Rings on the ninja to allow him to get back up after Elmador kills him. And that's a key feature of this fight, is to get Elmador to draw out a Muramasa on our units. And interestingly enough, if you position Orlandu 1 panel too short, he will end up drawing out on a different panel and hitting Ramza as well. But even if you do that, Ramza can still tank a Muramasa on this setup. I don't even know how I'd steal it. I don't have the JP to steal it. The other nice thing is because Elmador has Blade Grasp, you don't have to contend with the problem of his Genji shield, which has a 43% evasion. If he didn't have Blade Grasp on, if he had Counter on, well, assuming you didn't have Concentrate either, you'd have to deal with his Genji shield. But Blade Grasp, you can only Blade Grasp once, and because you can only Blade Grasp once, the second hit is guaranteed to hit. Blade Grasp is so OP. That basically makes a big part of the no math speedrun work, as well as it does, because it makes a lot of things way more survivable, like the sluice. Ramza can just sit there and Blade Grasp forever. continuation of the bait the enemy to a specific panel trend. This time we're going to bait Zalera into casting a Flare 2 that will kill most of the party except Orlando. And we have Angel Rings, so the units will get back from their death status. And one unit will revive the other with a Phoenix down. And Mustadio will shoot Zalera. Ramza and Melly have this deep conversation if Ramza is alive when Melly gets her first turn. But since Orlando is all powerful, we're going to take that opportunity for the reunion away. Because that's like 15 seconds, and I really don't want to hear about that. It's the only spot in the game where that unit actually uses Demi. That's one of the things I'd really like to get rid of, but there really isn't a viable way to get rid of it. It's just so good. 600 damage really quickly. And there are 3 more reflected demis left in the game. Second instance where we use reflected demis. Welcome aboard, Melly. Thank you for the sword, thank you for the light robe, but have a nice day. You need to pursue your own path to get back at the Shrine Knights. Especially your father, who killed your brother. Or as it says in my notes, unbelievably long sequence of cutscenes. Bye-bye. No. Set stuff. We set summon magic. Make ourselves as powerful as possible for this next fight, because we are going to need everything possible to throw at him. Try again. Yeah, it's a very, 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 very common misconception. Although, in the case of Gafgarian, you definitely... And I can see why the misconception exists, because you want to unequip Gafgarian, because otherwise he's going to come into that fight very well equipped. But you actually don't lose the stuff that Gafgarian's equipped with in that fight. He's magically unequipped as he teleports out of the fight, but you still want Gafgarian to not be packing a sword and Dark Knight skills, unless you want to make that fight very or harder than it has to be. Although if you want to duplicate stuff, you can actually steal stuff off Gafgarian. And when he leaves, it gets duplicated. But the stuff Gafgarian is going to have access to isn't going to be that good anyway, so it's not really worth it. Oh look, the cutscene's still going. Amazing. Got like another minute and a half of this. No, really, I am the hero. Alright, Dolita. Whatever you gotta tell yourself. Ah! And of course, this is going to lead to the next scene where Zolbag confronts his brother, and a very nice fight, because Dysadarg is packing. He's packing a Defender Sword, he's packing Holy Knight skills, he's packing Defense Up, he's packing an Aegis Shield. So a lot of the things that you want to try and use against him, he's got a defense mechanism against. Keep this a secret, Zolbag says. I don't know how you're going to keep the existence of moss fungus on your father's tomb a secret. Just putting it out there. So you have some nice loyal guards. No. Okay, got lucky. That's a 40% chance to make all those dots at once. And we made it. I put a safety save there because there are several things that can go wrong in this fight, and I don't want to have to cross all those green dots again. Because, it's then, again, another 40% chance each time, so if it takes you 3 or 4 green resets to get across all the green dots, then, well, you gotta do 3 or 4 tries again. It's faster to try to do all the green dots at once rather than going a dot, saving, going a dot, saving, going a dot, saving, because some of the frames line up. And because the random battles are set to be frame-based, and there's only 3 random battle frames, or 4 depending in one odd circumstance, in that situation, there's a couple of spots where you can just go right across the frames and they just line up and you're not hitting a random battle frame. So what can go wrong in this fight is Daisadar gets a critical hit, kills my ninja. That can be bad. How about this? One of the knights has a geomancy, kills the ninja. That could go wrong. How about a knight having throwstone? That could go wrong. Hopefully none of that happens. Each one of those is very improbable, but equally dangerous. Whereas the 2 units that did die are supposed to die. Mainly to prevent them from being inflicted with the silent status. If they get silenced, well, there's no recovery from that either. That's our friend Zolbag using up my potion stash, but I usually buy an extra potion or 2 just because there's a chance Rafa might use a potion, and if Rafa uses a potion, then I'm going to be short in action in the fight where I need that action in. You know, I'm starting to think the knights in this battle might have fixed signs as well, but alright. Because I never see those knights kill Zolbag. So we're just gonna summon on Daisadar because summons are unevadable. That's one of the features of the speedrun. We're using as many unevadable attacks as possible. As for the fixed signs, it's basically game balancing purposes, I would say, because the 2 fights I really know that it's okay, the situation in is the Olin fight, and that's to make sure the chemists cannot kill Olin, and the Rafa fight to make sure the ninjas cannot kill Rafa as easily. I say it's game balance, and it kind of makes sense, but the fact that Zolbag keeps not dying makes me question if one of those knights has a fixed sign as well. Alright, so Ramza casted a Demi. We're going to move our ninja into position so the ninja can essentially cause a double casting. And the ninja is also going to throw a little bit of extra damage in as well. Okay. So, both of these demis are 98% chances. If they miss, there's plenty of easy recovery strats. Okay. Alright. Now I remember what the strat is. I forgot that Ramza gets a turn there. It's not right. It's still not right. 1, 2, 3. If I don't kill him in one round because a Demi misses, we just cast a bunch of Ramus, or... what happens is Adramelk basically moves, and you get charging damage on him. You just attack him again, and it just destroys him. You can literally have both of your Demis miss, and Orlandu and your Ninja will be able to compensate for missed damage. A black costume, and 1 reflect ring. Wherever it is, there it is. That seems right, but they're almost level 18, but they won't make it. Oh, and by the way, I actually routed that out. In one particular case, in one particular situation with Rolful, where the level 18 matters the most, I routed that out. Ramza takes care of that now. Yeah, I don't remember the last time I actually had Ramza or one of my 2 casters hit level 18, and why level 18 is important. Well, actually, Ramza hits it, but it doesn't matter anymore because he's a squire. But level 18 is important because you get a speed point at that level. Under most classes. Priest, Squire in the speedrun are exempt from that. Ramza gets his Squire speed point at level 11. Priests get their speed point at level 8. In this particular speedrun. Yeah, this is probably going to be about a 601, 602 finish, I'd say. Maybe a 604, 605, we'll see. But yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a very early finish. This is why Lightning Stab Orlandu is awesome. No math skill. Because all 3 of these units are going to get hit and possibly silenced or killed. That crit was incredible. It didn't matter, but wow, that crit was incredible. Holy crap! I've never seen that Geo just unload that kind of damage before, though. Holy crap! So another important part of this battle is the fact that this wizard, she is bait. She will always die. I think I've seen her survive this once. That's why we put an angel ring on her. We need those mediators lining up like they do. And once in a while they take slightly different positions, but most of the time they can be compensated for rather easily. Did I forget the angel ring on the ninja? No, I didn't. Whatever. Ordinarily, that battle without Natural Lightning Stab Orlandu you would send a ninja upstairs, attack the summoner, and then you'd have to deal with the geomancer and priest separately. And that can take a little bit of time. That's usually about a minute to a minute and a half, but I mean, in my PB, this was monstrously bad. I actually just saved 3 minutes on that split. That's how bad it was in my PB. I'm only actually 6 minutes behind right now. There's no menu here. But Orlando with a lightning stab there saves at least a minute. Main conspirators. We finally meet them. I mean, the main conspirators here, they are packing such good equipment, but amazingly, Ormov was only willing to pay $700 or 700 gil per head. So in that case, it would have been a party of 6. He was only willing to pay 4,200, but the equipment each of those guys is packing is worth way more than 4,200. Indeed, they are color-coded. Go after the tan colored clothing guy, Clayton. So the AI basically knows what spells Ramza has available to him. Because the AI knows what spells Ramza has available to him, the AI will try and counter what Ramza can do. So what we want to do in this battle is bait Zolbag into casting Magic Root on Ramza. And the best way to do that is to make it so that the only thing Ramza can do is use MP. So that's why I changed Ramza into a wizard, because both of the skill sets that are available to Ramza are MP based. He has Odin and Ramu in summon magic, and he has Bolt 1 and Bolt 2 in black magic. And because that's the only thing Ramza can do, Zolbag will try and counter that. And because Zolbag is charging, we can unload a lot of hurt on Zolbag very fast. Other things that Zolbag has available to him are Bloodsuck, and I don't remember the rest, but needless to say, they don't result in Zolbag charging. And no Zolbag charge, no quick kill. Thanks for the useless elixir game. Final mission, starting soon. Right, back to Squire on Ramza. I really don't need Ramza to do very much damage in the next fight, so that's why he's a Squire instead of a Wizard. And plus I need to change him into a Squire anyway, so I just decided to do it here for convenience purposes. AS 1690, speed 8, check. That set of menuing is done. Wow, 4 random battles. That was a pretty good run. Since I missed counting one. Needless to say, it wasn't very many. It's less than average. Wait. Wait, that was correct. Alright. Good to go. Good to go. This final series of battles is the random ones, is probably like the final culmination of everything you have. Just something slightly different in each fight. Army of monks, army of knights. Later you're going to see an army of time mages, samurai, and ninjas. And that was actually rather inconvenient. Actually, Angel Ring blocks that from taking effect anyway. Now that I think about it. It's more annoying, though. Angel Ring blocks death, and Death Sentence invokes death. Many of those monks can have HP restore, so I'm having... Ramza is just weak enough to do enough damage so it doesn't... So that between the ninja and Ramza, the monk should die most of the time. Although this one actually may survive because it seems like that faith is just a bit low. Unless I have good compatibility here. Or, what was I saying? But basically, yeah, same formula again, Ramu, Odin. Just press Y. So we're pre-positioning Orlandu for the next unit. Because it's very unlikely that units survive the Odin Ramu combo. However, this knight almost always can survive a lightning stab. So the ninja's gonna have to provide a bit of supplemental damage. And then one panel short. So I'm just speeding Ramza up just a little bit faster to make it so that his Ramu spell beats the enemy summons. I don't need Mustadio this time. Only need him if you have an Ares for this fight. And that's because Ares is a bad compatibility to Capricorn, and Rofel is a Capricorn. Although Rofel, he really brought a lot to this fight. He has Protect from the Save the Queen sword, and he has Defense up. So you can sit there and add a lot of things to your units to try and make them stronger, but it's usually just going to get rounded back out because of the way mechanics work. So I mean, it's like Mustadio is going to shoot him for 24, but the ninja's only going to attack for 78, even though the ninja has more powerful weapons and a higher PA. And this setup is kind of similar to the Zolbag fight, where we're leaving a bait unit, in this case Orlandu, and Rofel walks up to him and he casts a Petrify on him. Otherwise, Rofel would not walk up to that position. And if you try and leave a unit one panel closer, Rofel is going to break your stuff. And you don't want Rofel breaking your stuff. This is just a waste of time. The thing Rofel is very vulnerable to is magic damage. Nice high faith, neutral compatibility to Ramza. Have a nice day. Fortunately for us, Rofel is an idiot who decided to open the door for us. Otherwise, there really would have been few options for rescuing Alma. And that's what Rofel is about to do right now, open the door for us. And of course, this next fight is going to be the exact same formula minus the defense up and protect. Trying that again, this time correct. Well, it depends. It also depends on how you comment on chat. It also depends on how you define 100%, because if you make it all characters, then yeah, you do have to do the deep dungeon to get the one character to join that's at the end. It has a nice skill set on it, but it's functionally useless because it's so late in the game when you finally get it. There's nothing else to do after you get that unit, other than the final battles. I'd rather just do all Zodiac crystals. Less restrictions. And he's gone. Easiest Shrine Knight to destroy, and we just beat him up every time. Oh, level 18. Oh well, doesn't matter anymore. And this is basically, we're almost setting up for the final fight right now. Germanus Boots, where are you? There, that's the ticket. Yeah, too bad I made that one stupid mistake, but... I'm just sitting there like, oh well. Kinda like, oh well, it's probably not gonna PB anyway, and well, the only reason it's not gonna PB is because of Chapter 2. Because I've saved a good load of time, actually. During Chapters 3 and 4, I got trolled a little bit, but Chapter 2 was lost 6 minutes, and I'm 6 minutes behind PB right now, so... Game does have some randomness to it. Aw, we didn't get it. Every once in a while, probably about 15-20% of the time, that chemist has move find item, and he will dig up an elixir. Completely meaningless, but it's some of the just random, wacky stuff you might see during the course of a run. Orlandu, Ninja, last Odin spell of the game. enjoy it while it lasts. Unless, of course, I get critical hits, and Bulk dies before the Odin spell goes off. Well, there is actually a certain amount of RNG to the final boss, because Ultima Form 2 has 60 faith instead of 70 faith, which all other Zodiac demons have. And because she only has 60 faith instead of 70 faith, it reduces the probability of demi landing to a whopping 93 or 94%, and it can miss. Unfortunately slash fortunately, I've never actually seen it miss. I've got backup strats in the event that it does happen. But those backup strats are not guaranteed either. So yeah, you can lose at the final fight on this routing. Let's see, Leo. Leaf hat, power sleeve, bracer. Up, up. Ramza has the Excalibur equipped because it gives him auto haste, and I need Ramza to have the auto haste so that way he can get a turn fast enough so that way his demi spell goes off. Orlandu, the Save the Queen sword, is for damage against Ultima. He needs a Knight sword, but he doesn't need haste, so I need a time saver. I already have the Save the Queen, so I use the Save the Queen rather than the Knight Sword the game gives you after this battle, which is the Ragnarok. Same general formula for the boss fights again. Reflective Demi to knock off 50%. Then there's going to be an additional Demi for 75%. The Ninja will take care of the other 25% because he will have neutral or good compatibility to Ash. And once again, this is a 98% Demi, but if it misses, Orlandu can tank it, and Ashmalum's Meteor does about 25% damage as well. So it's not really a problem if one of the 98% meteors misses. Gone. Ideally, we want to kill him before his Meteor spell goes off, because Meteor is a very slow spell. Other routing, you can take advantage of the Meteor spell, but it's just quicker under this routing to not use Hashmaloom's own meteor spell. Our friend Hashmaloom also has short charge just to make things funnier. It's probably the only way that it's even viable for him to cast Meteor because of how slow that spell really is. Alright, I'm gonna save. Last save. Last battle. And we gotta make Ramza really fast for this one. And we gotta slow her down, actually. Well, Reflect Ring, where are you? She needs to be medium speed. Put on our light robe. And we gotta slow this guy down. There is a slightly faster strat for this battle, but Orlando has to be level 23, and hahaha, that rarely even happens. I have one file that I've made recently, and Orlando hit 23 flat at the start of this fight, so that's the only way I was even able to test it. This is probably one of the more ornate setups for Reflected Demi in this entire run. What we're gonna do is we're gonna bait Ultima into trying to wipe out our entire party in one move. But unfortunately, the move she's going to use is too slow. Definitely time to reset. I might actually be able to make estimate if I reset too. Ha 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 ha. Looking like a sub 6. I didn't think that was... yeah. Thought I was going to be about 6 flat, but... Natural Lightning Stab Orlando happened. Saved 3 minutes there. Not a bad run. Considering how bad Chapter 2 was, I was actually expecting... it to be about like a 605 or a 610. So what she just did, Ultima, is redirect the Ramza Demi spell onto Alma to get rid of Alma. And the second thing she did was she cast a spell on me that's going to hit my entire party. But unfortunately, like I said, that spell is not gonna happen. Because she's charging, and I'm gonna get a nice crit, but not really, that was the same damage crit. I actually determined that if you get crits and the fight ends early, it doesn't hurt you. That's the nice thing about it. Because I actually had this happen in my PB where it triggered phase 2 before I was ready for it, but I did some testing and it's not actually a problem. Very important that that unit move right there, because she's packing a reflect ring. And another important part of the strategy is the fact that she has the ability to raise her own faith on the reaction ability, because that makes these demis hit. More likely to hit. And one more demi and this battle will be over. And that's time. Tradition must be upheld! Wait, what? Tradition must be upheld? Now I'm just gonna troll him and I'm not gonna initiate the ritual properly. Farlam. Well earned Farlam. Well earned Farlam indeed. Don't have to mash anymore. Hooray! And that's pretty much the end of this speedrun. Thank you for watching.